Good morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, August 21st. It is 9 a.m. All council members, town manager, town attorney, and town clerk are present. If you please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. That brings us to the approval of the final agenda. I have one change. We are going to move administrative agenda item B, sand placement onto the beach. We're going to move that vote up to right after the presentation. Presentation item B, coastal engineering consultants. So right after the presentation, we'll take that vote. Are there any other changes to the agenda? The only other item I want to pull out of consent agenda for conversation is, I just had it, now I lost it. It is item I, resolution 23-98. I'd like to pull that out for discussion as well. Any other changes to the final agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve final agenda as amended?
So moved.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, that brings us to a proclamation. We have Florida Festivals and Events Association. It's recognition of the Florida Festivals and Events Association support to Fort Myers Beach after Hurricane Ian. Is there anyone here to receive the proclamation? If not, I'll just read it into record. Town of Fort Myers Beach proclamation. Whereas on September 28, 2022, Hurricane Ian caused widespread damage and devastation to the lives of Fort Myers Beach residents and community. And whereas during this time of crisis, the Florida Festivals and Events Association Board members and executive director provided invaluable support to those affected by the storm by immediately reaching out and donating to the We Are FMB fund for those affected. And whereas their tireless efforts to organize and coordinate aid and assistance to our community in the form of truckloads of requested and much needed supplies and manpower to the 820 Buttonwood Drive location. This month-long relief effort was spearheaded by Tasha Hyder, Executive Director of the Clay County Agriculture Fair, and of Chris Lieberstor, Executive VP of the Fireworks and Pyrotechnic, with the assistance of FFEA Executive Director Suzanne Nevy. And whereas upon hearing of the devastation of Fort Myers Beach, beloved Annette's Book Nook in Santini Plaza and Book Drive was held by past FFEA Chairwoman Dawn Deal of Fort Lauderdale's Winterfest Boat Parade, providing over 500 books and donations. And whereas FFEA members worked together to bring holiday spirit to the residents through the Light Up Times Square event in December, sponsored by Nick Totugi of Twilight Features and Epic Outdoor Cinema of Southwest Florida's Barefoot Event Group. And whereas the organization continues to help rebuild our community during their annual conference this month in support of Fort Myers Beach Elementary, along with members performing community service in our area. Whereas the Florida Festival of Events Association celebrates its 29th anniversary by hosting its annual conference here in Southwest Florida with attendees from coast to coast. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Town Council of Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, hereby expresses our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the Florida Festivals and Events Association Board, its members and executive director for providing a source of support, resources, and hope for Fort Myers Beach community. Given my hand in the seal of the office of mayor this 21st day of August 2023. Thank you. They're I think Wednesday morning they will be having their annual event where I'll be there to present this to them in person. So thank you for that. That brings us to public comment. Madam Secretary?
Linda Miller.
Madam Clerk?
Good morning. I just want to thank you all very much for all your support in getting this farmers market up and running that starts on September 1st. And a lot of the town works, and especially Frankie here, has been helping us scramble to make sure everything's cleared and ready to go. And we also have 2 more farmers market applications in process to start in November. That's Santini, barring any obstacles that we have with the permitting and construction and rebuilding down there. And then also Moss Marina has asked us to host an event on Wednesday starting in November. So just wanted to keep you up abreast and thank you very much for all your work.
Linda, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just since you have the microphone and you've got time left.
Sure.
We're talking Friday, September 1st.
Yes,
right?
sir.
That's a Friday. And what are the hours of the first farmer's market on Times
All
Square?
of them will be 9 a.m. to 1.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. And then anybody has any vendor inquiries, they just go to 41markets.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Local achievements and recognitions. Councilor Veach.
A couple things. One is I just like to really hand out to our floodplain manager, Kristen, who was, every time I went in, she was working on the Lowrys, trying to find some kind of resolution with that. I know it was a lot of back and forth between, her FEMA and the Lowrys, and just every time I was in there, she was working very hard on it, and it looks like it bore fruit. And the other, there was a couple of women, Sue and Michelle, I saw walking on the beach with giant trash bags on their morning walk, picking it up, and you see that every now and then, but just it doesn't get enough recognition. It really helps.
Thank you. Councilor Woodson.
I'm good for this morning. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Excuse me. I'm reticent to do this, but I think it's so important for our island. I think it needs to be at least mentioned. This past Friday, a member of our community, Monica Schmucker, filed her candidacy for Lee County School Board. And I would just say a couple things. Number one, Monica's parents came here as children from Cuba fleeing tyranny. And Monica is a great lady who appreciates America and the freedoms that it provides. She taught school for 5 years. She then went to law school at the University of Notre Dame, and she met her husband Dustin there. And then she worked for the Indiana Attorney General for a couple of years. A guy named Greg Zeller, who's an old friend of mine, and he is related to Fuzzy Zeller, the golfer. And she had a successful tenure there at the Attorney General's office. Came back here to practice law to our area, and in fact, lately she's been helping many of our residents do battle against large insurance companies who, for whatever reason, are not paying their legitimate insurance claims. Monica and a number of other concerned parents were part of a group that I happen to be part of, this ad hoc committee to save the beach school. And I must tell you, this group, including Monica, to say that they were brilliant, fearless, and tireless is an understatement in helping to save our beach school. I would just say as Monica steps into what Teddy Roosevelt used to call the arena, I just hope our community lifts her up in whatever ways people feel comfortable doing. Having somebody from our community on the school board will be really instrumental in not only ensuring the school's success, but also ensuring its survival. So just want to wish Monica Godspeed this morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well said. Councilor King.
I'll just expand on a little what Councilor Veach talked about the Lowrys. I want to thank everybody that was involved in this. There were a lot of people involved in this, and most of it behind the scenes. And thanks to all those that were involved, and hopefully I think it's going to be a good outcome. Also, I appreciate what they did for fellow Fort Myers Beach resident in organizing that cleanup and fundraiser for Joe Salvaggio. And I know, Mayor, you were there yesterday taking part in that. But it was just amazing to see the media coverage on that. The total change in this gentleman that had gone from being defeated and not wanting to continue on, and now he just there's a smile on his face. He just looks full of life and full of energy, and it was just a joy to see. Thank you.
All right, well, going last, my stuff has been covered, but I will just take it a little further. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for mentioning Monica. I think she would be a good fit as well for the school board. She is one of the hardest working people I've ever met and very, very determined. So I think she'd be a very great asset to that board. Also, Joe, as you mentioned, both Councilor Veach and Councilor King, he, seeing that story was pretty heart wrenching. It was a guy that pretty much had given up on himself. He had tragedy before the tragedy of the storm. So to see that and then see everybody that came together to help him yesterday was a true example of who we are as a community. And when people need help, we get together and we help. And, you put differences aside and you just do what's in the best interest of the people. So it was good to see that come out. And as you said, Councilor King, his attitude and he was planting in his garden yesterday, which is one of his favorite things to do. So thank you to the Lowrys for spearheading that and getting the recognition and getting the people out there to help. There was a lot of people that had a lot of different skill sets there yesterday. So it was interesting to see. It was hot, but everybody stuck it out as long as they could before the rain came. But he's in a much better place today. And I think the biggest message that should come out of that is anyone that's struggling, don't be too proud or don't feel that you shouldn't step forward and ask for help, because a lot of people are here to help if you just ask for it. So with that, we will move on to advisory committee items, reports, and appointments. Madam Clerk, is there anyone here to report? All right. That'll bring us to our presentations. Our first presentation is from Professor Mike Collins from Florida Gulf Coast University on how communities succeed and fail. Professor?
John King invited me to come today, and I appreciate the invitation.
You mind
And
just
I
stating
look-
your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Michael Collins. I'm the interim director of the Hospitality School of Resort and Hospitality Management at Florida Gulf Coast University, and a local resident, not on the island, but just off the island. I appreciated the invitation from John King to speak to you all today to talk about communities. I've had a lot of experience with communities, and I just debated around in my mind, what should I share with you? Because I know my time is very limited. But I thought I'd tell you a few stories. I want to start off by telling you my story. I grew up in Sarasota, Florida. Okay, I used to come down to Southwest Florida. My neighbor had a beach cottage on Sanibel before the causeway. We used to drag his boat down in the 60s, hop on the boat, beach it on the beach, and stay in his cottage for the weekend before the causeway was even there. So I've been coming down to Southwest Florida for a long, long time. But I thought when I was a kid, I grew up in Sarasota, you kind of had to go away to college and all that sort of thing. I love to see how Southwest Florida has matured. But in my career, I graduated from Michigan State University and went to work for Marriott Hotels right out of college when they had less than 100 hotels. I've spent over 40 years in the hospitality industry. I started as a bellman carrying bags my freshman year of college. I love the hospitality industry because we get to show people love and care every single day, which is what any hospitality community does. So I graduated from school and I had the opportunity to work all over the country. I managed hotels in Chicago, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Salt Lake City, Utah, Atlanta, Georgia, Los Angeles. And I managed some hotels and resorts in some areas. This happens to be the Hyatt Regency San Francisco, right on San Francisco Bay. Big hotel, 800 rooms, etc. And I saw how hotels and hospitality development can change lives. I saw young people come to work for hotels and have fabulous careers beyond their wildest dreams, as I had in my career moving around the country. As I thought about what Fort Myers Beach is going through, obviously you all recognize that you have an incredible opportunity to leave a legacy. All of our names someday will be forgotten to a certain degree, right? Right now, we have an opportunity to permanently etch our names in stone to be remembered forever by the direction we take Fort Myers Beach moving forward. So I think about some of the communities I lived in and worked in. I was part of a management team of a resort on Hilton Head Island. This is the Omni on Hilton Head Island. When that hotel first opened, I was a guest services director at that hotel. That was in the mid 80s. Certainly, Hilton Head Island has grown and changed tremendously, but it was the groundwork. The first time a high-rise hotel was built, the Hyatt, which is now I think a Marriott. But when that hotel was built, people were like, oh my goodness, we don't want to look like Miami Beach and have all these high-rise hotels along the beach. That was a conscious decision. They created a rule you couldn't break the tree line, okay? They didn't allow internally lit signs, all that sort of thing. I'm not gonna go through all those types of regulations. You know what you need to do in that regard. My father was an architect in Sarasota. As he said, when you build things, you want to make them look like they belong there. He was a huge Frank Lloyd Wright fan. We used to travel around on vacations and look at Frank Lloyd Wright architecture. Build things that look like they belong there. That's really quality development. I worked in Palm Springs, California. This is the Renaissance Hotel, which is connected to the Palm Springs Convention Center. Meeting space, critical to hospitality, Meeting space isn't very profitable. Food and beverage isn't as profitable as people perceive. The money's in the accommodations. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Arcadian Shores Golf Course. I used to run this golf course and manage one of those high-rise hotels you see off in the distance. I ran the hotel and the golf course, and I lived in a home between the golf course and the beach. Very interesting to live in that location while I had small children, right? And I had vacation rentals all around me, which was sometimes concerning as my young children came home from school and had a couple hours at the house by themselves and spring breakers next door. Just all things we need to think about as we think about what's the future of Fort Myers Beach. So the main story I want to tell you is the story of Glade Springs Resort. The resort at Glade Springs, this was a 5,000 acre resort. Only about 1,000 acres had been developed, had miles of roads, had one 18-hole golf course and a clubhouse and a couple hundred homes. The people who lived there, this is a very rural area, if you're familiar with it, just outside of Beckley. It's in Daniels, West Virginia, 28 miles from the Virginia-West Virginia border. This community had built a golf course, big, beautiful homes all around the golf course, a clubhouse, very exclusive gated community. They all made their money in the coal mining business. Price of coal went down. They didn't have the money to support the community. The roads were filled with potholes. They couldn't afford to repave the roads. The golf course was in poor condition. They couldn't afford to maintain the golf course. At that time, every 18 holes cost you about $250,000 a year to maintain. Much more expensive today. But this was in the late 1990s, early 2000s, when I went in with a gentleman by the name of Bill Bright. Bill Bright bought the resort. He bought all 5,000 acres. He said, I'll pave your roads for you. I'll take over the operation of the clubhouse and the golf course. But the condition is I need to build lodging. And he built lodging. To be honest with you, as I went in, I set up a management company. I worked for Bill, managing the community or managing the resort. As I went in and started managing, you know, a lot of the homeowners were bitter. They thought, well, Bill stole our golf course. He took it away from us. He got it for pennies on the dollar. Horrible man. We renovated that golf course. We made it a beautiful course. Before you knew it, we had members, though, that were, we call them members, even though it really was Bill's course. They now had to pay a membership fee. They had to pay a trail fee. Anyway, many of them resented the fact that Bill owned the course. Matter of fact, I remember members that used to just on purpose drive their golf course carts across the greens, etc. even after we had invested all this money in the course. And I dare you to tell me I can't do that because I live on this course. This is my course, etc. I'm going to make a very long story short. Eventually, Bill Bright wanted what was best for the community. I did a feasibility. We built an inn. We built conference space. It went from a summer resort where we had business just in the summer, mainly on the weekends. Once we had conference space, we could get business during the week. We could get business in the off season. Bill Bright bought Winter Place Ski Resort just down the road, about 8 miles down the road. In the winter, we became a ski resort because now Bill owned the ski resort. He rehabbed that ski resort. We started running shuttles back and forth. We eventually built 2 additional golf courses that we gave to the homeowners association. So they had their own course. We expanded the meeting space. We added additional restaurants, food and beverage operations. We added a bowling and entertainment center because guests need something to do more than just play golf or go skiing. We added an indoor pool. There was already an outdoor pool. We expanded the spa operations. We built an indoor basketball court. It has an equestrian center, all sorts of facilities, all supported by the guests that come and stay at that resort. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that tourism, as you all know, tourism subsidizes the lifestyle of the local residents. Without the tourism, you can't support the infrastructure to truly make a community a community. So I want to talk a little bit about hotel. How much time do I have?
All the time you need, sir.
Okay.
As long as we're not going into tomorrow, you'll be fine.
Okay. So there's three distinct businesses involved in the hotel or hospitality industry. There's the ownership of the real estate, there's the branding, and there's the management of the day-to-day business. These are 3 distinct business functions. A lot of people don't realize that. Marriott doesn't own any hotels. Marriott is a branding company. They provide hotel brands, hotel services, and support to hotels. Management companies manage hotels. They run the day-to-day operations. But commercial real estate investors own the real estate. The largest hotel real estate owner in the United States, Host Hotels and Resorts. It's a real estate investment trust out of Bethesda, Maryland. They own the 2 Ritz-Carltons now in Naples. They own the Hyatt Regency Coconut Point Resort and Spa. They invest in hotels. They own the real estate, multi-million-dollar investments. They're looking for a return on that investment. They bring in a management company to run a day-to-day operation. Because if I'm buying and selling hotels like I'm playing Monopoly, I don't want to deal with create the dinner menu for the restaurant, hire the staff, train the staff, do this, do that. Companies like Mainsail Hotels out of Tampa, we're all familiar with them. They operate the Luminary Hotel. They operate the Innovation Hotel down in Naples. Aimbridge Hospitality, they operate the Courtyard Hotel in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, right? So these are management companies. They run the day-to-day operation of hotels. Their goal is to optimize the profitability for their ownership group. Branding companies, what do? They create brands that attract different segments of travelers that position the hotel for success. Okay, they provide support services. So if I need linen for my rooms, I don't have to figure out what kind of linen do I want to buy and what, thread count and all this sort of thing. What do? I pick up the phone, I call Marriott because I'm a Courtyard, boom, it's all spelled out for me. Brands also send a message to the world of who you are as a market, right? For example, 1985, the Ritz-Carlton opened in Naples. It changed the game for Naples. How many markets have 2 Ritz-Carlton resorts and a 4 Seasons on the way? The JW Marriott down in Marco Island. It was originally a Marriott hotel, upgraded to a JW. Why? We're more upscale. Look what's happening in Punta Gorda with the Sunseeker Resort. the Sunstreaker Resort is being developed because Allegiant Airlines wants to expand that market and create a longer season. We'll talk a little bit about that. So let me, there's so many directions I can go, so I'll let you guys kind of guide me. But the first thing I want you to do is, I want you to know that you need to trust your operators. Your number one goal when you start looking at different development proposals, et cetera, do I trust the owners, the management, and is it the right brand for Fort Myers Beach? That's what we have to think about.
Can I just interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Because I know you have a background in the hospitality industry. I assume you don't have any kind of background in urban planning or?
Not directly, but let me just share. My brother was the director of planning and engineering for the city of Northport, Florida. Had a long career here in Southwest Florida in planning. He also, he did the master plan for Northport back before the big real estate crash. Okay. He also was the director of planning for Valdosta, Georgia, after Southwest Florida kind of shut down. He also spent time in, he was originally a stormwater engineer for Sarasota County for many years. So his background's in engineering. And I have actually talked to him at length about down here. As a matter of fact, I tried to recruit him. I was talking to some of the city leadership over on Sanibel Island, and my brother's background came up, and we tried to convince him. He lives on Amelia Island. He's retired now. He just retired a couple of years ago. And we're still trying to get him to come down here to do some consulting work for some of the local communities because he has a deep background in it.
I'm just kind of bringing it up because one of the obvious everywhere, the bigger limitations we have is we have 1 2-lane road.
Yeah, I
And that
understand.
infrastructure isn't going to change.
Exactly.
Everything I can see is, we're always going to have 1 2-lane road. We don't even control that road.
Right.
And so the idea that that these developments would subsidize our infrastructure, I don't think is necessarily accurate in our case because we already before the storm, people were saying we had 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag.
Yeah, and I shouldn't say subsidize the infrastructure. I'm saying subsidize the amenities that make us a community. You need retail, you need restaurants, you need all these things. And the problem is with the price that land is going to sell for or is selling for on this island, you can't buy a parcel of land and build a restaurant and get any return on your investment. That's why I share this with you.
But isn't that kind of a two-way street there? Because the more people think they can build, the higher the price of the land is. And if they can only build a restaurant, then the land would be priced appropriately.
The bottom line is, well, we'll get into this, okay? Let me make a few more comments, and I'm happy to debate any of those issues with you or discuss any of those issues with you, okay? Let me explain. The first thing I want to say is trust. You've got to bring in operators that you trust. The one thing I teach is what I call the all square operating philosophy. By the way, I published a textbook on hotel management, lodging operations, resort operations, and resort investment and development. And the one thing I talk about is this all square operating philosophy. A successful operator realizes they have to carefully balance the competing needs of 4 key stakeholders. At the foundation are guests, the people who check in and out and stay in our resorts, that visit our community. Associates, the employees that work at the resort or the hotel. The investors who put money into this resort. And of course, the community at large. You need to be a good corporate citizen. As soon as you start erring on the side of making too much money for investors, you're not offering value to your guests, or you're not taking proper care of your employees, or you're not being the corporate citizen you need to be. So the first thing is quality operator. If you can bring in investors and hospitality, investors and operators who want the best for the community, and they will, trust me, they will. This is a long-term game. You don't invest $150 to $200 million, which is what it would cost to build a 400-room hotel on this island. You don't invest $150 to $200 million and expect to make it back in the next week. It's a long-term game. okay? And you've got to balance the needs of these competing stakeholders. Hotel investments, hospitality investments are high risk, inherently high risk. They're the highest risk of any commercial real estate development. Let me tell you the 3 reasons why. Number one, hotels are quickly and immediately impacted by shifts in general economic conditions. When the pandemic broke out, hotels emptied out. The economy goes south, travel, business travel, I did it for 25 years. Business travel gets cut back, conference travel gets cut back, etc. Very responsive to economic needs. Hotel rooms are rented by the night. If I have a 400-room hotel, I literally have to find 400 tenants 365 days a year. You rent an apartment, you sign a year's lease. You rent office space, a law firm might rent office space for 5 years with another 5-year, et cetera. We're talking night by night. And we're capital intensive. When you rent that office space, you're provided with a space, like this big empty open space, and told, bring in your own stuff, bring in your own furniture, bring in your own, oh, you want to build a private office in the corner, you build it. You give them 2 restrooms, a men's room and a ladies' room, right? In a hotel, you're providing not only rooms, every room has a bathroom. Every room has carpet or floor covering, beds, furniture, televisions, etc. Matter of fact, back when and this was years ago, back when I managed hotels, I had a $40,000 a month cable TV bill because you have to pay for every channel you put into every room every day, whether the room is rented or not. I needed $40,000 to cover the cable TV bill every month, whether I rented any rooms or not. That's why it's capital intensive. If you get into upper upscale hotels, now I got to build meeting space, I got to build kitchens, I got to build laundries, I got to build a lot of support facilities. And that all has to be supported by rooms. How do hotels make money? So hotels make money. I'm going to just point out something real quickly. This is a survey of over 500 hotels in the United States, upper upscale hotels, full service hotels like Marriott's, Hyatt's, those kind of hotels. If you look, the departmental contribution margin, rooms generates a 74.5% profit margin. That's a gross operating margin. Revenue minus direct expense. Food and beverage only generates a 34.6% margin. Okay, so the profit's in the rooms. So you have to have rooms to support food and beverage and to support meeting space. Matter of fact, when you look at this, 77.3% of a hotel's profit is delivered by the rooms division. 14.6% is delivered by food and beverage, your second leading profit source. So rooms drives profit. We also know that as you get towards the water, the room rate goes up, right? As we moved, obviously that's a map of our area, and as you move closer to the water and out onto the islands, you get much higher average room rate. We also know we're a seasonal market. January, February, March, I can always fill the rooms. No matter what's built here, people will rent it. No matter what's for rent, you'll be able to rent it. The key to success in a community is stretching out the season. How do we bring guests in August, September, the 2 slowest months of the year? Conferences, meetings, events. That's how we bring people in those off season. Room rate drives profit. You need room rate in order to cover the debt service and the investment these investors are going to make in real estate on Fort Myers Beach. So you'll see luxury hotels with a $320 average rate. That runs the highest average rate. The highest occupancy is in your upscale hotels. But as you go from upscale to upper upscale, $80 increase in rate. As you go to luxury, another $100 in rate. That drives profitability because as my rate goes up, my costs don't go up proportionately. My labor cost stays the same, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? So for every dollar I get in average room rate, I get $25,000 in profit per 100 rooms. A 400 room hotel, that means $100,000 for every dollar I get in rate. So the profits in the room rate, the profits is in the hotel rooms. We need hotel investment, hospitality investment on this island in the upper upscale. And look, that's the future of this market. It's the only way the finances work. Upper upscale, luxury, that's how it works. It has to subsidize, and you need to prioritize development that subsidizes additional services that you want to build community. We're not much of a community if you have to go off the island to get your nails done, to get everything done. Food and beverage services, meeting and conference space, your spa. Spas, on average, about half of spas make just over a 20% profit margin. Half make just under 20%. Okay? Spa business isn't very profitable. It's an amenity. Okay, I can't afford to build a spa independently and have it make a return on that real estate, because all this stuff takes real estate. It takes retail space. So you need to make certain, for example, if you're building a condominium building, perhaps we require on the lowest level of that development, we require some retail space that can be leased out to have the services and things that we need, because the residential real estate is the easiest way to make the numbers work in a high-priced market. When it comes to hotels, some people have this perception that hotels are one of two types of hotels. A hotel is either a demand driver or a demand absorber. Let me explain. When was the last time any of you went to a Hampton Inn to do something other than spend the night? When was the last time you went? Have you been to the Luminary Hotel for dinner? Have you been to the Ritz-Carlton for a banquet? Have you been to the Hyatt Regency Coconut Point for an event? Have you been to the spa at the Hyatt Regency Coconut Point to get a manicure? I don't know. You see what I'm driving at here? Don't be afraid of large-scale hospitality development. It's necessary to bring the services in. You need food and beverage, et cetera. Do you want demand absorber who's going to, anybody can sell hotel rooms January, February, March in Southwest Florida. It was the same thing in Palm Springs. I used to tell my sales staff in Palm Springs when I managed a resort in Palm Springs, I used to say, my best salespeople are able to move business. When that client comes in and says they want to come in February, everybody wants to come in February. Okay, February is going to cost you $750 a night. I can't afford $750 a night. What can you afford? Oh, well, maybe $250, $300 tops. How about a meeting in June? How about a meeting in May? How about a meeting in September? I used to tell my sales staff, and we gave them extra bonus if they booked a meeting in certain need periods. Again, I go back to this slide. We are a seasonal market. Those are January through December that you're looking at. We have plenty of occupancy, plenty of average rate, January, February, March. So how does this market work? Just like Palm Springs. I used to make money the first 3 months of the year. And then my goal between May and the end of the year was not to lose all the money I already made. Keeping the lights on, right? That's how this market will be if we don't get good, strong development and if we don't build demand generators. So what I'm trying to say is that one 400-room hotel, I have lots of stuff that we can talk in case there's questions, but one 400-room hotel is greater than 4 100-room hotels. 4 100-room hotels does not equal one 400-room hotel. And why is that? Because a 400-room hotel is going to be able to support meeting space, conference space, food and beverage, multiple restaurants, et cetera, which are all services you need on this island. What I would suggest, based upon my experience working in many, many markets, is you want to create, you only have one road in and out. Obviously, you have the village area up here where Margaritaville is being built. A second significant hotel development in the same area would help the water level rise for everybody, all boats in the harbor. Why is it going to help it all rise? Because as you build more hotels within walking distance of each other, you can accommodate larger and larger meetings and events. Plus, you keep it all consolidated. Obviously, you're going to have nothing eye level. That's going to be a challenge for the community, right? Because everything needs to be built elevated now. So you're going to need walkways. I thought about bringing photographs of different cities and places I've been, like Monterey. You go to Cannery, many of you have probably been to Cannery Row. You can walk from one end to the other. You got the aquarium at one end, and you got all these businesses and hotels, and you literally can get into the buildings and get up and walk like they require that walkways be built over the roads. So everybody's up and everybody's inside. They get a lot of rain, they get a lot of mist and that sort of thing. You got a lot of retail space, restaurant space, etc. So you can create a little community up here and maybe a second area, mid-island, where you can create some areas where there's some energy, where there's multiple restaurants, multiple restaurants, multiple retail areas, and of course retail is struggling right now. Multiple retail areas, and target the services you want. Target the services you want.
See,
Um,
Mike,
Yes.
can I ask you a quick
Sure.
question just to help channel your remarks? First of all, thank you for being here. Just a stone's throw away, we have a hotel that was pretty heavily damaged. The redevelopers want to come in. It was 71 rooms. They want to build 140 rooms. They're going to add a restaurant on the ocean that never existed before. And to Councilor Veach's point, we've got a challenge with traffic and density and issues.
Right.
But how do we know as policymakers, how do we know, as we do the analysis of it, we're going to have an in-depth zoning analysis, a traffic study, but we don't really have a process to do an economic analysis. In other words, how do we know that the developer needs 140 rooms to make it work? In other words, land acquisition costs, construction, raising it up, resiliency, putting in the restaurant, the insurance costs, et cetera. How do we know definitively that that's a fair number to make this project work versus excessive, and so forth?
Okay. I'm a state employee. I work for Florida Gulf Coast University. Part of our role and responsibility as professors is to serve our local community. I talked to Jackie Lezak when shortly after Ian, and I said, I'd like to help in any way I can. I'm available to help do some feasibility studies. I'll do it at no cost. I'm happy to look at any feasibility studies that come in. You know, notice I keep talking about 400 rooms. When I was with Marriott Hotels, the average size of a Marriott hotel, and they only developed full service Marriott hotels when I first started working for the company. The average size of a Marriott hotel was 400 rooms. That seems to be about the magic number where you get economies of scale, where you have enough hotel room revenue to support additional services like meeting space, et cetera. 400 rooms is kind of the magic number. You can squeeze it down as the average rate goes up. So maybe in this market, because we're going to be able to get a higher average rate, maybe you can squeeze it down to 350 or 300 rooms. The other big way to do it is to, and what happens today in today's world, very few luxury hotels are being built without a residential component. So when you add a residential component, so for example, I've watched, well, let me kind of run back a little bit. I thought that the Margaritaville project might die. Okay, I followed it very closely in the newspaper because it's an area of interest of mine, right? I followed it very closely as all the lawsuits and the back and forth and the how tall is it going to be and how many rooms. And I think they originally wanted around 400 rooms because that's the ideal size, to be candid with you. I understood why they wanted 400 rooms. When I heard a floor was being taken off and it was going down to like 250 rooms. I was even thinking, I think, what's it at now? 254? Is that the number? I even said to myself, gosh, I wonder if the numbers still work. Because as you squeeze down the size of the hotel, the money's in the guest rooms. That's also where you have to make your investment. But that's what drives the profitability. That's why I shared this information right here about the profit being in the hotel rooms, right? This slide way back here.
And Mike, your point's well taken, but how do we know if in order to make the economic model work, it's not our responsibility to make sure the investors, make a ton of money, but certainly you've got to get a return on your investment if you're going to invest in the island.
Exactly.
But how are we assured that it's not excessive and it's reasonable?
Again, I told you
I'm not an anti-capitalist. I don't ask that for that. I ask
Right,
more of a
right.
traffic issue.
No, I understand. I understand. That's why I told you I'd make myself available. I'm a public servant. I'm happy to look at any plans and have other folks look at the plans and let you know I brought with me, and I don't know if I can open it right now, but I did a financial projection of what a 400-room hotel with about 20,000 square feet of meeting space, doing the average amount of food and beverage per guest room, what they generally generate. And you can afford to invest about $130 million to build a 400-room hotel in this market based upon the cash flow at today's rates. What I'm saying is at today's hotel room rates. Of course, those rates are going to go up before anything is built and open. Here's my point. Real estate investors typically target a cap rate. So you can look at a financial performance and see if and what the cash flow is going to be from the operation. You give me any hotel and scale and tell me what facilities they have, I can easily generate. I have my students do it every semester. Matter of fact, I give them a site on Fort Myers Beach and say, build a hotel there, do the financials. We get market data from STR. We run the numbers. And so that the students can calculate how much can I afford to invest to build this hotel. If it's a 300 room, 200 room, 800 room, 400 room hotel with X amount of meeting space, how much can you afford to invest? Right now, cap rates move with interest rates. So cap rates are going up right now, capitalization rates. You basically take the cash flow projected by the investment and divide it by the cap rate. It's that simple. So you take, if you want a 10% cap rate, you divide it by 0.10. So about 10 times cash flow is a reasonable return. About 10 times cash flow is a reasonable return. Most commercial real estate investors are going to target 15% with a hotel. Why? Because it's a higher risk investment and there's more downside to it. And that was the purpose of this slide. I went through a lot of slides. I mean, I teach semester-long courses on all this stuff, so it's hard to explain it in 15, 20 minutes. But this shows you the terrorist attacks back in 2001. Remember I said ADR, average daily rate, drives profitability and makes deals work? When the terrorist attacks happened in 2001, and I was working in the industry then, it took 5 years for the average rate in this market to recover. 5 years. When the financial collapse happened, for the average rate to get back where it was, it took 7 years. So that's the challenge you have as a developer. You may be happy to get a 10 or 12% return on your investment, but you have to shoot for 20. Why? Because things like Hurricane Ian happen, things like pandemics happen, things like, and
Red
tide happened. So let me share you. San Francisco. I worked in San Francisco twice. I was the director of the hospitality program at San Francisco before I came here, the University of San Francisco. I also managed the large Hyatt Regency downtown. So I know San Francisco very well. That market right now is in a real downturn. It's in a real mess. Before the pandemic, the largest hotel in San Francisco was the San Francisco Hilton and they also own the Park 55 Hotel, also operated by Hilton. Those two hotels. There was an investor group that owned the two hotels. Hilton ran them well over 3,000 rooms between the two hotels. It was valued at $1.5 billion. They went out and took a $750 million loan against the hotel. $750 million. You think that's okay? That's only a 50% debt service. This hotel investment, commercial real estate, it's all about the debt, right? And managing debt. So they had $750,000 in debt on a $1.5 billion hotel. It just went bankrupt, even though they only had 50% debt. Why? The pandemic happened. They went from making 70, 80 million a year in cash flow from that hotel to all of a sudden the pandemic happened, the city shut down. California was very slow to reopen. The crime, the homelessness went rampant in San Francisco. We all know what the story of San Francisco. And now the hotel can't pay its debt. And those investors lost their $1.5 billion hotel. It's not worth the 750. Plus they had an interest only loan at like 3%. It came up for renewal. And now they're, being quoted 6.5%, 7% interest rate. It can't even support the debt service it had at 4%, 3 or 4%. You see what I'm saying? So it's a high risk thing because it's constantly changing. And that's why, as I always say, everybody gets worried that and I used to say this with my employees. Everybody has this perception that somebody's running out the back door of the Ritz-Carlton with wheelbarrows full of money. And maybe they are. But you realize to start bringing out wheelbarrows full of money, you got to dump a dump truck load of money to start. It takes a lot of money. To build a hotel here is going to cost $150 to $200 million to build a 400-room hotel. $150 to $200 million. The debt service on that hotel, I did the numbers. I can show you the numbers. It's on a Excel spreadsheet, but we don't have it loaded in. But I'm happy to come back and share that with you or meet with any of you individually and share it. But basically, the debt service for that hotel would be about $750,000 per month. $750,000 per month. That's a hell of a risk. And guess what? When the pandemic breaks out, I'm still on the hook to pay the mortgage. That's why Marriott, almost went bankrupt in 1986. That's why they spun off Host Hotels and Resorts, which is now the largest owner of hotel real estate. They wanted to separate it from their management contracts and branding because it's just too much risk for them to carry as a company. Anyway, I could talk all day about this industry.
Before you move on, you made a couple of statements about 400-room hotels being kind of the magic number. Now, does that mean that's if you want to provide the services, you want to support restaurants, shops, that kind of stuff, you need the rooms? Because the room, it gets now with our situation, I mean, is more of an urban planning as opposed to someone who just, involved with looking at the business side of hospitality. We have restaurants. Well, before the storm, we had over 50 restaurants on the island. I mean, the idea, and I know a lot of the big resorts, and they do that, they try to capture as much within the resort as possible, and that's part of their business model. But that doesn't necessarily help with all the other businesses that are on land and the community as a whole.
Yeah, that's why I say having districts, having hotels that are walkable. You want multi-hotel meetings and conferences. The fact that if you were to create a hotel, I know, for example, I've met the Freelands. Okay. I know they're looking at developing a property where Moss Marina is. That's like a beautiful situation because that sits over here. And what do you have over here? Margaritaville. You probably could do conferences and events that use both hotels that flow through the community in between, which becomes a hub for retail development, restaurants, entertainment venues, etc. People can park once and then walk between these buildings if they're connected. I know you required that Margaritaville build a public walkway over the roadway to keep people out of the roadway. I mean, there's so many wonderful things you can do by creating communities.
Now, are
It-
you currently consulting or working for any of the potential
I
developers on the island?
no, I'm not. I have not received one penny, one dime from anybody for doing anything. Okay. I have through my relationship with the Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce through Jackie, because she always has an intern and I oversee the internship course. I told her I would be available to talk to potential developers, particularly if they didn't have a hotel background, about how the numbers work. So I have talked to them and I've seen their development and what they're doing. It's been all over the newspaper, et cetera. So I've followed it with great interest. I think it's a pretty neat development. And people with long local roots in the community, if they bring in the right operators, if they put the right brand on it, it could be a real asset for Fort Myers Beach,
And I'll
in
tell
my
you something.
humble opinion.
Well, I'll tell you something that someone who's is looking at it from a different maybe perspective. I understand that someone wants to make a lot of money, right? And like the vice mayor said, I'm not one to judge, but I know what our rules are. I also know that every week we hear about a new proposal. If someone's going to redevelop one of these plots, and they all want 3-4 times the density. It's just something we cannot support, because I don't know if we can really fairly go to one person and say, okay, we're going to give you 100 units per acre, and then go to someone else and say, no, you're going to have to stick with whatever the density is. Because with all the money to be involved, we'd be the target of a lot of lawsuits. If we're inconsistent with the way we're doing this, we hit a lot of lawsuits. If we're generous, we could potentially. If we're generous, then we'll just swamp this island with thousands and thousands of more rooms. When we had traffic before the island, and all the people who have had property destroyed, they have by right certain densities, which would probably be more than we had before, that they will rebuild. So if we even hold a line of density, then we're still going to have the same traffic problems we had before. And also in a survey that we took during one of our open houses, about 10% of the residents supported giving density to make someone's project financially feasible. Only 10%.
Okay, so again,
Before-
I understand you have a lot of
before you-
challenges.
Before you,
Yeah.
Let's not make this a big debate back and forth
Right.
about potential future projects. I'd really like for you to wrap up or finish up your presentation so that we can, there's a lot of people
Sure.
waiting, and I want to make sure we get to that.
Yeah, I
We'd
understand.
certainly like to
clearly.
have you come back or meet one-on-one with all of us if that's what we want.
Yeah, I'd love to do that, because I can show you some numbers. So
But I'm just going to tell you, Mayor, that I understand the title of this is how communities succeed and fail. This is about how potential businesses might succeed or fail on the island. It's really not about the community. I feel that this was a bit of a red herring coming in here and saying like it was a planning, because I know there's books out there about communities and what makes communities fail that aren't about the hospitality industry. They're about development going forward and things you do that are a problem. So I'm just pushing back because I feel like this is a little bit of a misleading presentation.
And I certainly sense your frustration, and I don't disagree with you in some aspects. However, he was asked to come and present a presentation by one of our fellow council members, and I think we should respect that and let him finish his presentation.
yeah, my goal was to talk based upon my experience in the hospitality industry. I am a hospitality person. I've lived in a lot of communities that are hospitality oriented, and this community is obviously hospitality oriented. I just wanted to mention that in San Francisco, when I worked there in the industry and when I worked there as an educator, a lot of money is collected. Over $250 million a year is paid to San Francisco in taxes. And you can see that over the years, the hotel industry has made sure that it goes towards supporting things like Performing Arts Center, Fine Arts Museum, low-income housing subsidies, Verba Buena Gardens, etc. So as you think about things, you can create convention districts. In San Francisco, they have a convention district, and hotels in that district pay a little bit extra tax. Why do they do that? Because they get the benefit of being close to Moscone Center, which is a city-owned facility. Moscone operates at a loss. You say, oh my gosh, why does it operate at a loss? I used to be on the board for the convention center in Salt Lake City that lost money. We went to double the size of the convention center in order to bring in the Winter Olympics back in 1998. People said, why do we want to double the size? So we can double the loss? And what people didn't realize was the taxes the taxes generated far exceed the loss of the convention center. This group sitting here is going to leave a legacy. And that legacy is how you allow this community to be developed and on a go forward basis. Quite frankly, in my humble opinion, based upon what I know about commercial development versus residential development, et cetera, Fort Myers Beach can become a community of multi-million-dollar homes that are shuttered 8 to 9 months out of the year. You won't have kids in your school system. The beach school won't have enough kids to support it. You won't have enough year-round families to support it. And when you need to go to the dentist, when you need to go get your nails done, when you need to do anything, you're going to have to go off island for those services. Tourism can subsidize the community. That's my message. How do communities succeed? They embrace hospitality and recognize, how can I use hospitality investment to get the community, to help put together the community that I want? Do we put in an artisans village? What do we do where we have local artisans? Have you ever been to I can't remember the name of it, the Taste of West Virginia? They're in Beckley, West Virginia. They build an artisan village where they have low rent areas for artists to blow their glass and to create their sculptures and to paint their paintings. And tourists can get off the freeway and take a break and see those things. That was done because artisans can't afford studios, right? You want to get them all together, create a community. What is it? What do you want your legacy to be? I'm just saying, use the hospitality industry to help fund those dreams of legacies that you want to leave for this community. That's my message, plain and simple. I'm here to be of service. I am a public servant, okay? I have not gotten any payment from anybody for doing anything. I simply give my opinion as I see it. Michael Collins, you can go to my website, Michael Dwayne, D-W-A-I-N, michaeldwayne.com. If you want to know more about my background, you can email me there, or you can email me at the university. Of course, public records. I'm a public servant, so anything you email me at the university is subject to whoever wants to read it, just so you know. I'm here to help. I feel very much like I'm a local. I thought about buying on Fort Myers Beach when I first moved here, but decided it was too difficult to commute to the university. But I wanted to be a bicycle ride away, so I live a bicycle ride away. That's my daughter. While she was in medical school, she just graduated from medical school. That's us riding our bikes over here. We do it just about every weekend. That's my son in the bottom left proposing to his now wife on Fort Myers Beach. We love Fort Myers Beach. I consider myself part of the community, even though I live off the Winkler extension. Okay. I love Fort Myers Beach. I want to see it be a fabulous place. I'd like to see it be a more year-round community. And I think hospitality can make it more of a year-round community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Any questions before he walks away? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Brings us to our next presentation, Coastal Engineering Consultants on the Beach Renourishment Project. Is Mike here?
It's coming.
Oh, he's back here. He's hiding way in the back. Was it something we said? Hey, Mike.
Good
see you
morning. For the
again.
record, Michael Poff, Coastal Engineering. We were just reviewing numbers in the back, so didn't want to disturb the rest of the conversation. So I'm going to give you an update on the beach project, and there's also multiple items on the agenda today for all of us to cover. So we're going to take you through each of the elements and hopefully answer all your questions today. Biggest one being is the beach project and the decisions on how we build the project with regard to the easements. If you recall, when we were here last time, We talked about several options, and so we have learned a little more information. So we'll present that to you. So we'll talk about the recovery plan summary, the Category B berm project that we have under construction, the Category G claim, which is on the north end, which is because that project was designed and engineered. It's eligible for a different pot of money from FEMA, and we're still working on those approvals. We got a big milestone completed over the last 30 days. Then the state of Florida has its own hurricane recovery plan funding and options for us to use to do other elements along the shoreline. And then, of course, the major project that was in the works before the storm hit.
Say, Mike,
Yes.
I always appreciate when you're here because you're such a valuable resource. Could you kind of, before we get into the granular stuff, which is important, could you just help set the table a little bit? We've got roughly $32 million worth of sand coming to our island. Can you talk a little bit about just where we are as an island? In other words, how much sand did we lose as a result of Ian? How much have we lost since the last renourishment? And how much sand is involved in this new renourishment and berm program? We are, the water and the sand is a big part of who we are. And I don't think people realize the magnitude of the impact of this project on the overall island. Would you mind just kind of setting the table a little bit? Because I think the numbers are pretty amazing.
Sure. So in the original project, we placed a little over 400,000 yards on the north end of the island, down to about Crescent Beach Park, Bowditch to Crescent Beach. Obviously, the county was very much involved, was the local sponsor, worked with you. The TDC paid for a good portion of it. The state of Florida paid for a good portion of it. Natural beach erosion since that 2011 project eroded about half that volume, about 194,000 yards were eroded off of that beach over time. Now, complementing the beach sediment budget, which is the movement of sand, and what's going on right now today is the Corps of Engineers, when they dredge Matanzas Pass, have put anywhere from 100 to 130,000 yards of sand in the nearshore zone south of Crescent Beach, and that sand does also help migrate onto the island. So when we talk about losses, we also have some gains. The sand transport there's a reversal. It actually moves from south to north on the end of the island, which is why that terminal groin was put in. So some of that sand loss, the 200,000 yards, 194,000 yards, excuse me, actually went into the inlet and then got recycled and put back on the beach. So that's a very complicated sediment budget. So when we talk about these numbers, they have to take all these little factors into account. Ian eroded 220,000 yards of sand from the island. The majority of that is gone. It either has moved offshore, was overwashed. Now, some of that was screened and put back on the beach. There's no really good accounting of that because of the operations that were going on. So while not all of it was lost, it was recaptured through overwashed sand and placed back on the beach. We used 220,000 yards. That's what FEMA and the state of Florida are allowing us to claim through the different funding mechanisms. So the Category B, which is the berm, allows us to put about 87,000 yards of sand back on the beach, primarily at FEMA's cost. FEMA is typically 75%. Then the state would pay 12.5%, the Department of Emergency Management, and then the local sponsor would typically pay the other 12.5%. My understanding is they're trying to get it to be FEMA 90%, 5%, 5%. That's my understanding. The state of Florida is trying to pay the local share for you as well. These things are still ongoing, and we worked out over the next few months, but the town's share of that is either going to be 5% or possibly just zero when the state of Florida finally finishes their hurricane recovery plan. The Category G claim is about 57,000 yards. That's on the north end. That's that same formula, 75-25, or it might be 90-10. That sand, we are trying to get approval, and we just got a big sign off on the environmental review in the past 30 days to place that sand concurrently when we do the pumping for the beach project. That in itself is a miracle. If we can get the FEMA, the Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries, all those federal agencies to all agree at the same time and issue all of our approvals for us to start construction in this wintertime, that's a big lift, and we're still trying to get there. And we made a major milestone with that improvement and getting that environmental review signed off the past 30 days.
So Mike, I don't want to put words in your mouth. This infusion of sand between the emergency berm and the beach renourishment program, this is a massive transformation of our island. Is that fair to say?
We are going to put all of the sand back and then more. And I'll talk about that when I get to the beach project, or I talk about it now. But the whole south end of the beach that's never had nourishment before has experienced major erosion patterns. From Leonardo to Arms south, there is no dry beach. And so there's 300 to 350,000 yards of sand that we're going to include in the beach project that's going to get placed there where it has never had nourishment before and is not eligible for any category G claim. And some of it's not eligible for a category B claim. So let me finish the last couple numbers. The surplus erosion quantity that's not eligible for FEMA is 74,000 yards. That we are asking the state of Florida to contribute and pay for possibly up to 100% of that volume that we put back in different truck haul projects, the beach accesses, the scour holes. There's places that we want to put sand back on the beach. And so we're asking the state of Florida, and right now what's happening, excuse me, is the state of Florida is waiting on the Corps of Engineers and FEMA to finish their federal project reviews and finalize their tallies and their numbers. Once that's done, then the people that work for the Department of Environmental Protection can look at what the legislature's been approved, and they're going to start pushing this money out to us, the local communities, to the ones that have been hit the hardest. Collier, Lee, Charlotte, Sarasota, and then you jump to Flagler and Volusia and St. John's on the East Coast, because they also got whaled by the storm on the backside of it as across the state. So we're in the queue for all of these different things. So it's an amazing transformation that we will have, sir, absolutely.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Mike.
But then the big number is the beach project. It's 900,000 yards. So we're going to redo the north end. So we lost 200,000 yards. The 200,000 yards in the north end. We're going to fill in hopefully the 74,000 yards. We're going to put the 350,000 yards on the south end. You add all that up, and that's another 900,000 yards. So if you add the 220 and the 900, we're trying to put 1.12 million cubic yards of sand on this island. We've already got about 70,000 yards from the berm. So that's the first nugget. And so we still are trying to get about another 1.05 million or so on the beach.
Sounds like we can make a whole new island.
Well, I don't know if we can go that far, but it will certainly be a wonderful and amazing amenity, provide the storm protection, provide the habitat for the turtles and the shorebirds and all the other critters, the recreational benefits, as we all know, is what's going to pull people back here to Fort Myers Beach. So, and now I'm done. I covered everything right there. I could probably go through this much quicker now. So again, FEMA Category B, it's 87,000 yards, $7.9 million project, primarily paid for by FEMA and by DEM. We're about 76% of the way complete. As soon as shorebird season's done, we're targeting September 15th to resume the work. There are some change orders before you today that will be in your items. The change order number 2 is to increase the contractor's contract because of all of the shorebird activity that occurred, not just in the historical areas where we expected it, but way beyond the historical areas of nesting. A lot of that's contributed to the fact that we don't have people here. There's no disturbance on the beach. So the birds have been nesting significantly up and down the beach. There have been great nesting numbers this season. So that's a wonderful thing for the shorebirds, but we weren't able to do a lot of work. They'd start a section, they had to stop, and they had to move over. They'd put a staging area in, and the nest would nest within 300 feet of the staging area. We had to shut it down. So the contractor had additional expenses, and as did we, the CEC, our firm, to come back and continue to work. We thought we'd all be done May 1st, but here we are having to resume. So we're also asking for a change order for supplemental services. All of this is included in that $7.9 million. We're not asking for any new funding between these change orders. We're repurposing funds that weren't spent in the FEMA grant in anticipation of some activities. And so all we're asking today is our contracts will get increased, but there's no cost to you, the town. It's being paid for by FEMA and by DEM.
So Mike, I noticed there was an asking you, so you just made a point of saying it's not going to cost the town anymore. So the added funding that you're asking for in these contracts will come from grants, not from the town of Fort Myers Beach.
Correct. Correct.
And it seemed to me like that was a lot of money for 3 weeks of demobilization and remobilization. Is there a reason why it's so high for just 3 weeks of demobilization and remobilization?
That's just one element of it. As I mentioned, they would open up a staging area, they'd dump a bunch of sand, and then a nest would lay. This is back in March and April and May. So then they'd have to take the sand and they'd have to rehandle it, put it back in the truck, move it down the beach and bring it in a different access area because of that nest that was there that wasn't anticipated to be in a location that had never had nesting before. So it's not just mob demob. It's over 3 months of them back and forth. And so it's the mob demob, remob, and then it's all the extra costs during those 3 months.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. So just some highlights in the bottom panel on the left, that's the emergency berm. The cross sections, I'll talk a lot about that. The elevation is the y-axis and distance offshore. And so the berm size varied. It all depends on FEMA's rule and criteria for how you estimate the volume of erosion due to the storm. And it's every 1,000 feet, we'd have a beach profile that we measure on your behalf every year. We plug that into FEMA's program, and it tells us how much sand was lost above a certain elevation that we're allowed to put back at FEMA's cost. So that's why the berm varies in some of the dimensions and sizes up and down the beach. Obviously, in the lower right-hand quarter, the dozers are working to build the beach. We have sea turtle nesting. I got a call from Eve after the first nest was laid. She's like, Michael, can we leave this nest in the berm? It's a beautiful nest. It's going to be great. I'm like, absolutely. Let's see what happens. And it's my understanding they've had great hatching success out of the emergency berm sand. So kudos to Stewart Materials who provided the sand and to our contractor who built it correctly. And thank you to the Turtle Time monitors for working with us because it's been a pretty big lift to get all this done even during nesting season. The south end is where we weren't able to work. That's the upper right-hand panel. All of those white circles are where all the nests were laid. And so we've had to put a buffer around it. We're not allowed to move shorebird eggs. We can move turtle eggs under an incidental take statement from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but we can't move shorebird eggs. So that basically blocked out the whole south end, which is why we're resuming work after September 15th. So category G, it's the north end. Again, that's eligible for a different pot of money. It's to repair the damage to the engineered beach. So we're trying to get all the feds lined up so we can do it concurrently with the beach project, as I mentioned before.
Like real quick, a question about the berm, because a lot of people have asked, obviously they have to climb up and over it and do that. It looks to me, at least, like the berm is gradually kind of decreasing in height. Is that normal? And how long does it usually take for that sand to kind of disperse itself so that that height of that berm comes down?
It's going to continue. It's a everlasting process. It's called alluvial transport, windblown sand.
It's a big word.
And so, yes. And so the fact that we didn't fill in completely on the land side of the berm, Mother Nature's going to want to put some of that sand. And the first good storm we have that raises the water elevation and overtops that, expect some overwash to occur and fill in between whatever, either the veg line or a seawall or whatever. We'll have some of that sand wash in over there as well. And there's some settlement and compaction that's going on as well. So there's a beach access slide. We'll talk about some of the beach access work we're going to do to improve some access over the berm. So North Beach, upper right-hand panel is one of those cross sections again. The red line is the pre-Ian erosion, pre-Ian profile. The orange is post-Ian. We lost the entire dry beach and berm in this dune, excuse me, in this location. You can see the permitted template goes out several hundred feet into the Gulf of Mexico, and you can also see that some of the Ian sand did get trapped in the near shore. So in some places, we did find some of the sand as it was moved offshore into the near shore berm. So the hurricane recovery plan, the legislature approved about $100 million, I believe it was, in December. And they came back this legislative session and approved another 105, giving you round numbers, $205 million to the communities mostly affected by Ian. And so working with Chad and your staff, we've prioritized where some of that money can go. So you already have a contract for about $900,000. Is that right, Chad? $917,000. And a second contract should be coming for that equal amount to take us to about $1.8, $1.9 million. And that's just the first infusion from the state. So we've targeted 10 priority accesses where they're very popular, very used. We've been getting multiple calls, questions, and some complaints. And we're trying to make these accesses ADA compliant where we can. And I'll get to that in a minute. We're also trying to build some additional berm segments. There were 2 segments on Fort Myers Beach that actually, because of the existing grade before the storm at this particular profile, there was no erosion above the FEMA guideline and criteria. So we weren't able to get 100% of the shoreline qualified for category B. So we're going to, in essence, build the berm in those sections. And there's a lot of scouring that's occurred as you've been up and down the beach and you see these scour holes and pits. Some of those got filled in with overwash sand. We're able to fill a little bit of it in with the berm, but there's still quite a few scour holes. And so the goal is to work with the state of Florida to secure additional several millions of dollars to then do these truck haul projects to bring sand to the island over the next, could be 12 to 24 months. We don't know what the time frame is to get the money to fill in all of these areas that got eroded by Ian.
And that's the legislative ask in our legislative package. Is that correct?
I believe that that has been put forward in a companion to what's already been approved. Yes.
Thank you.
I just kind of, I'm guessing this already has to do with funding schedules, but it seems like if we are pumping sand onto the beach, which is cheaper sand, that after that's done, then trucking sand in seems like it's a bit of a waste of money.
Great question. So you may recall that there's a part of the beach project that doesn't have an erosion control line and it's not in the permit for the project. There's a 5,000 to 6,000 block came to you and said, we did not want to be included. We did not want an erosion control line. So we don't have permission to put the sand from the bar area into that space. And we will run out of sand in our bar area in the near shore zone. We have about 950,000 yards. And so we've earmarked that for the beach project and the category G claim. And so unfortunately, we can't do everything at the same time with that one bar area.
So what happens when you, I mean, I assume the borrow area will start filling in as soon as you're done pulling sand out slowly. But what do you do when that borrow area runs out?
So we've worked with Lee County and the federal agencies. There's a huge sand shoal about 30 miles as the crow flies that has beautiful sand that will be available for your future renourishment projects. So the priority axis, it's 20, 21, 22, 24, 27, 30, 32, 33, 34, and 36. We have draft bid documents prepared, and we're working with a couple of the neighbors who did not sign their construction easements to see if they would allow us to place sand on their property to be able to create the ADA compliant grade. So this is a plan view and a cross section of access 20. And so it comes through the right of way. The kind of funky amoeba shaped line is the limits of the fill based on us trying to achieve the ADA compliant grade. So we would come in from like the edge of paving or some upland feature and fill in that scour area and then slope up at a 1 on 25, which is a little milder than ADA, to get to the crest of the berm and then go seaward at about a 1 on 25 out onto the beach. And then we'd have to, in essence, create a fan of that sand in the parallel to the beach area. And so sometimes you go outside the right of way in order to achieve that ADA compliant grade. So there's just a couple handful of properties who did not sign their easements for the beach project. We're asking them again if they would consider signing it to allow us. Otherwise, not all of the accesses will be able to have ADA compliant grade at this time, but just using sand. We'd have to look at maybe building a structure or something that would, in essence, create a dune walkover at an ADA compliant grade in the future. And then the town will come in and put Moby mats over the sand fill once it's done to help support that ADA compliant opportunity to get people to the beach.
And so just be clear, this is to fill, so you will not lower the berm at all to make access easier. You just build a ramp over it.
Like, and you can barely see in this slide, there's like maybe an inch or two. We'd be taking off the top to smooth it out and hit the right grade. But yeah, in general, we are not going to lower the berm. We could do that to create ADA compliant grades where we don't have the ability to push sand outside the right of way, but now you've just created in essence, a weak spot in your berm. So we prefer not to do that. We prefer to work with the property owners, and hopefully we can get permission to allow some sand placement. So here are the two berm segments that did not meet FEMA approval. So we would seek to put the berm sand, similar dimensions. Well, of course, we need the easements from the property owners. So again, town staff, Chad, are working diligently. Every week we've gotten more easements. The push has been on. We've seen some great press. We've had a lot of people sign their easements after they saw the initial berm segments go in. These cross sections that we plot are distorted scales to fit them on a slide. When you see the berm in real life, it's not this huge towering mountain of sand that's going to block views and things. And a lot of people thought, well, maybe I'll better wait. And so we did see a second push of easements come in over the last couple of months. So thank you to all of you. Thank you to all the stakeholders and residents for being patient with us as we try to educate and inform.
So can we just go back a couple questions about that? So it looks like on the left there, is the berm going to go through all that vegetation?
I believe that's a pre-storm aerial. I don't think any of that
Okay.
vegetation's still there. But no, we would not. We would bend around healthy vegetation.
And the one on the right, the berm actually goes between the lagoon and the houses?
That is correct. Again, because it's a FEMA berm for storm protection, they want it as close to the property as possible. Yes. These are the scour fills. So the very south end, Islands End, Carlos Point, really got, of course, beat up. That's been a historically accretional area in the past decade or more. And so a lot of low-lying beach that got rutted, scoured out. And so we're only allowed to work above mean high water because we don't have an erosion control line in this area. All we can do is try to fill in the ruts and scours above mean high water. Same thing on 5,000, 6,000 block, those shaded areas. If you've been on the beach, you'll see ponding, you'll see rutting, scouring. All that vegetation that's again a pre-storm area. All the vegetation's gone. So we're going to try to create a mild slope on the beach from the land side out to mean high water and fill those areas in as best we can.
And so you could kind of kick that an interesting point. So if there was an ECL in this area, then that ECL would be the line you could work from. But since
Actually, if
there's
we had an
not-
erosion control line, we could build a full permitted template.
Right, but since you can't, then the erosion that happened from the storm that brought the area below that tide line is something you can't work in now.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So here is the main project. Here's our bar area and the relic shoal of Matanzas. And then we have the north central segment and the south segment in the bold red and the scour fill there on the very south end. We have our state permits all in hand. We have the core permit pending, U.S. Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries biological opinions. We're working on an interlocal agreement with Lee County, so that will come back before you in the near future. It's not on your agenda today because we're still working through some of the language with the county and the funding percentages. We do have on your agenda today action needed by you to approve it's called the Beach Management Funding Assistance Program. It's the LGFR. The acronym is escaping me at the moment. Local government funding request. Thank you, Chad. And so every year, you've done this now for several years where you approve the local share of your funding in the state's program. So the language really hasn't changed the last couple of years. We just up the numbers and get it in. And so we've already submitted the application on your behalf. It was reviewed by staff. It went in July 31st or sooner, I guess it's due date. And then by September 15th or so, we have to have the approved local government resolution for you to continue to receive state funding. And these are the beach project construction plans. You've seen these before. In the interest of time, I'll go ahead and flip down through them. If you have questions, we can certainly take them as you need them. But getting to the crux of the presentation, the easements. So in order for us to work on private property.
See, Mike, just on that, like you showed that previous slide. I hate to ask you this all the
That's
time,
okay.
but people are curious. In a perfect world, which we don't live in, when would sand restoration or beach restoration begin in the Leonardo Arms area?
Sure. So we are behind schedule. because of the federal permitting process. We have Lee County, yourselves, the city of Benita Springs. We have Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Ocean Engineering Management. We need the biological opinions from U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And we need the National Marine Fisheries to sign their draft. They have a draft biological opinion ready to go. So we're all putting some pressure to get us together. In a perfect world, we would start November 1st. But we are here at the end of August. We have not bid the project yet. I have recommended to you and to Lee County, because they have a companion project at Lovers Key and Mita Beach, that once you have your 2 biological opinions in hand, you can bid the project. Because it takes several months to bid the project, get a contractor mobilized, and the Corps of Engineers will have permits for us in time to then start the work. But we really need to have those biological opinions in hand. So you have a comfort level that you're going to get your Corps permit. The Corps won't even begin to write the permit until they have those 2 biological opinions in hand. So we're probably looking at December 1st now is the earliest that we'd see sand, and we're going to have the contractor start on the south end. That is the worst erosion that's happening. And so we're going to start down there at the south end and get that done. There's also an environmental window that says we have to be done on the south end by March 1st before the shorebird season begins. So December, January, February, we want to have the south end done and be off the south end, and then come back up to the north end and work it starting in March, April, and May.
And assuming that all goes well, and I appreciate that update, are you still of the mindset that from the seawall at Leonardo Arms, it potentially could go extend the beach out 200 feet? Is that the number we're looking at, or is it greater than that now?
That's the number, but recognize that our design beach is less than that, but we have to put that much sand out there, knowing that the profile is so eroded. So we're putting an extra 75 feet of beach. I think one of the monuments that might get up to 225 feet, but about 75 feet of that sand is going to immediately want to move underwater and start filling in the underwater portion. So we want to have at least 100, 125 feet of beach, but we know that we have to put an extra 100, 125 total as the profile equilibrates, and all this extra sand goes out there. So don't think there's going to be 200 feet of dry sandy beach from now for the next 8 years. It's not designed to be it that way. Our goal is to have at least 75 feet to 100 feet of beach during that time frame, and the rest of that sand is going to go into the underlying portion during that equilibration process, and then it'll start to erode, of course.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, we have an erosion control line that starts at Bowditch and goes down to Lanark. And the south end, because of the critical wildlife area, we do not need to establish an erosion control line. So where we need easements are the north end and the central segment, basically down to Lanark, to work on private property, which would either be from the erosion control line, basically the erosion control line landward, excuse me. And so the easement language was tweaked, it was modified, you helped contribute to that. We got input from the stakeholders. It was rewritten. You've heard me say this before. It's the most favorable easement that I've had the privilege of working on with the local community in the past 30 years in terms of trying to take into all account all of the input from all of the residents and stakeholders that did contribute.
Mike, before you move on, can you just explain the reason for that? What are of just a couple of things in there that are beneficial to, in your mind, to the stakeholders that would sign this easement?
Sure. If we don't have the easement, we cannot place sand. We cannot use public funds. We cannot use TDC dollars. So you will not get sand on your private property. And if I could, we have 3 options. So if you have an easement, then we build the entire template. If we don't have an easement, we can build the permitted template up until the erosion control line. And then from there to the rest of the property, there's going to be a gap. And it's going to be low lying. It's going to be basically a pond. It happened in the 2011 project. If anyone was here in 2011, one of the large shoreline length properties that owner did not sign, and it was a bathtub whenever we had heavy rains or super high tides, king tides, until Mother Nature finally filled it in. It's not fair to your neighbors who signed the easements because they want the sand, they want to be part of it. The 2 things that we hear all the time are, of course, it's government. You're trying to steal my land. You're going to put this easement on me, and then I can't do things in this easement area. The easement area is in your environmental overlay. You can't build You can't develop, you can't put things in your environmental, that's an EC, is that the EC zone? So we're not going to stop because you can't do anything in this zone anyway. And the other one is that, well, now you've made it public beach, you've made it public property. And so all of the public can come and access my property and come into my uplands. And that's not what the easement does. I'm not an attorney, but we've had the attorneys review it. I've seen it reviewed by other attorneys up and down the coast. With all that said, there are going to be people who aren't going to sign it. And that's okay. This is a community plan. So what we have before us today is we have two choices what to do with those people who haven't signed their easements. And so this is the north end. The blue is we have their easement or it's expected. The kind of purplish magenta is they have declined the easement. So in the north end, we only have one property that declined. And then that orangish, yellowish is we haven't heard from those people, no response. So you have a couple of isolated properties where we have no response. The whole north end was filled back in 2011. So our recommendation is where we have a declined easement and the two properties next to it that have not responded, that we would work around them. We would not build anything in that area, and we would build the permitted template, and that would be a small, I'll call it pond for lack of a better term. Same thing with the two isolated properties, because these would be very small. You're talking about very small volumes. This Mother Nature would smooth out and take care of very quickly. It's nothing like we saw in 2011, where I think it was like a 400-foot long stretch that was a hole. As we move to the south, though, we have a lot of properties that have declined. We have a lot of properties we have not heard from. And so in this case, we would only build to the erosion control line. We would not recommend from the stretch where the first easement decline around Station 70, around 1200 Estero Boulevard, down through that whole section, because we don't have enough properties that have signed easements to be able to build a continuous beach. Same thing as we move further south. Again, several properties have declined, many have not responded. And then even further south, in this case, only two declined, but we have many that have not responded. So in this case, again, because we don't have an easement to work on private property for the beach project, we recommend you just build to the erosion control line. These are just similar as we move down the beach. On the south end, as I mentioned, it's a critical wildlife area. We don't have to install an erosion control line. And also at the very south end, we lower the beach. Once we get past the developed section and in front of the lagoon, in essence, we'll have a much lower template on the very south end. So we won't be putting any sand on private property on the south end. So back to our cross sections. So we're using the 3000 Estero Boulevard. Chad was on the beach. I said, grab a picture and we'll use this to try to give an example. So option one is we have an easement. We build the permitted template. The green is the emergency berm. The red lines represent the permitted template. Option two is where we don't have an easement. We stop the fill at the erosion control line and we build the permitted template. That creates about a 2-foot vertical hole, pond, gully, whatever you want to call it. Option three is we build the permitted template, but we lower it so we don't create the pond. And that option one to option two, we reduce the volume about 15%. And from option one to option three, it's about a 30% reduction in the amount of fill that we place on the beach in these areas. I will say in 2011, the central section, the majority of people wouldn't sign their easements, and that's why that was excluded from the project. In this case, we do have a lot of people who have wanted to participate. You saw the slides that we have some no's in one area. We have some no's in a second area. But after that, it's a lot of no responses. But the legal opinion has been, and the TDC ruling is, we cannot spend the public money if you don't have a written document that says we have an easement. So we just can't go with, hey, Chad, it's okay. Hey, Michael, it's okay. Hey, Mayor, it's okay. I'm not going to sign an easement, but you can work on my property. We have to have it in writing. They have to sign the easement. We don't have a choice for the beach project.
And forgive me, Mike, you're recommending option one, is that correct?
That would be my preference.
Yep.
But since we don't have easements and we have a bunch of no responses, our recommendation is on that north end where we had a couple of isolated really small sections, 80-foot lot that we build option 2 at those couple isolated sections. And then we build option 3 at the rest of those areas where we have either declined or no responses in those clusters.
So just for clarity, you're saying you're going to do option 1 except for the areas that either said no or had no response.
Correct.
And in that case, those areas are, depending on the way the council wants to go, would either be option 2 or option 3.
That is correct. Correct. And the agenda item before you today, you'll see is option 1, where we have easements, option 2, where you just have a couple of isolated lots, and option 3 for those long stretches where we have, a dozen properties in a row that we don't have easements from, or there might be 1 or 2 yeses, but the rest of them are nos or no responses. And then so what we did is we kind of did the best we could to make it, this is what it's going to look like. So that 3,000 block picture on the beach. So we have the new emergency berm, the green arrow pointing into it. The purple line represents where the erosion control line is on the beach. So from that purple line landward is private property. If we can build the template, the red line, we would put all that new sand in there all the way up to the emergency berm. It would intersect the berm. That's our permitted template. That's what we're recommending. We'd love for everybody to come in and sign their easements tomorrow. We'll have a big easement party. I'll buy pizza and we'll sign them all and get them all notarized. But we know that's not going to happen. So what we have to do is, so for those isolated properties, 80-foot lot, 100-foot lot, 120-foot lot, go ahead and build the permitted template, have a small 2-foot gully, so to speak, and Mother Nature will take care of that over time. It's not ideal, but I don't want to deprive all the neighbors who have said yes. We have dozens and dozens of properties who've said yes and one who said no or no didn't respond. It's not fair to all those other people to stop at the erosion control line.
Just a quick question on that, Mike. You had said that over time, despite option 2 or 3, I would assume that they will fill in. You would mention that eventually Mother Nature will fill those in. Based on the design, is there a time difference between option 2 and 3 on when it would fill in? And would it fill in like it would with the premier option of number 1?
I mean, it could be one storm could fill those ponds in, the small isolated ones. One good storm could fill it in. Otherwise, you're looking at several seasons of windblown sand to those people who do beach raking, they may be able to try to smooth it out sooner, but
Yeah, I think the last one, remember Tropical Storm Debbie just cleaned everything up, but it took some months before we got there.
yeah. Okay, Chad reminded me, the private property owners have the ability to do it themselves. They can purchase sand. They'd have to apply for authorization from the town, but that's part of the delegation of authority that's going on at the part of the hurricane recovery plan is the state set aside money for private property owners to do their own repairs. So as long as you use an approved sand source and you pull a local permit, you can pay for it yourself. It's going to cost you a fortune, but you can do it yourself. In this case, the town share of the beach project is around $1.5 million of a $23 million project.
What would be your guess on the amount of dollars that are out there for the ones that have said no or have been non-responsive? Do you have a number of what is that dollar amount that would potentially be onto the homeowners?
That's one number I never calculated.
Would be interesting.
I can do that and give it, and we can get that to you. Sure. We'll follow up after this meeting
I
with
think
that.
you might get some movement on it if people understood exactly how much money they were talking about to do this on their own.
Well, I mean, you could take a 100-foot lot. Oh, I turned my phone off. Do the math. Who's got a calculator? Take a 100-foot lot, shoreline frontage, and let's say it's 50 feet to the erosion control line. So take 100 times 50 times, say, 2.5. Divide that by 27 to convert it to cubic yards.
Hope somebody's writing that down. I was a third of the way there. You lost me at the divide.
Take that times $100. Yes, ma'am.
46,296.29.
There you go.
Per lot.
Per lot.
That's without permit.
46,300 per lot.
In your mic, Counselor Woodson, could you say that in your mic? Because that's a pretty impressive number.
Okay, I was following along here. So each individual owner
would be responsible for about $46,300 if they wanted to put their own sand on and didn't sign the easement.
Correct. That's just for
A
that
lot of money.
particular example, the 100-foot lot by 50 feet. So obviously each lot's different, but the owners can do that themselves. They can look at their frontage. They can look at where they are with the erosion control line on their map and use 2.5 feet for the thickness. Multiply length times width times height gives you volume. That's cubic feet. Divide by 27 gives you cubic yards, and that's running about $100 a cubic yard.
So that's just the sand, not the labor to place it?
No,
not
that's
the permit?
everything.
Oh,
That's
that
in
is
place.
everything. Okay.
That's in place. And they need a permit from the town to do it.
Yeah, still
And
expensive.
the state does reimburse you up to 50% of that cost. If you do all the things properly, you can apply for and get money from the state to offset 50% of the cost, is my understanding.
But there's only so much available in that pot.
That is correct, Counselor. That is correct. So if other communities are doing this rapidly, then I don't know how much is left or what it is, but so good point.
Big number either way.
That is correct. That is correct. And that's, again, that's just a 100-foot lot. So if you have several hundred feet of frontage, and what's going to be much more expensive than that. So that's option 2. So again, that's for the isolated properties where we go ahead and build it, let a small pond be there for a period of time. Then option 3. So if we have dozens of properties, you saw the maps, central section, we recommend that you just go with option 3. We don't want these large gullies and ponds to exist immediately after the project for seasons to come. So it is putting less sand on the beach than we have engineered, but that's better than not having any sand at all. So,
Would that still be considered an engineered beach?
yes, sir.
The whole part of it or just the part where you put the sand? From the berm to the sand?
That's a great question. I'm not sure. I'll have to get back to you on that one too, because that would be a FEMA determination as to, I think it would be the volume of sand. Well, let me talk to the subject matter expert and then report back to you through Chad.
All right.
So I don't speak wrong on that one, because I've not dealt with this on a major scale like we are here. Mostly we've had these isolated sections in other projects where it's just a couple of handful, or it's a full stretch that didn't want to be in the project at all, and they're not eligible at all. There was no sand placed. Those communities decided not to build from the erosion control line out. They just said, you're out of the project completely. So,
And one other thing, talking about the easement, that I know, speaking with some people, there was a fear that if they grant the easement, that it allows pretty much anybody to access the beach through their private property, and that is not the case.
that is correct. That is not the case. So just, I like to say, as we get closer to construction, for those who will be on the beach, who will be in the area, it's a construction zone. We try very hard to minimize, but generally there's about 1,000 feet of beach that they'll be working at any one time. They'll put orange construction fencing around. They have these large pipes that'll be on the beach when they make landfall. They will build sand ramps over the pipes to get people to be able to walk over the pipe from the land side to the seaward side. That pipe will remain in place through the pumping for the north central section. A separate pipe will be on the south side. And so while they may only be in front of your house for like 2 or 3 days working that particular beach, that 1,000 feet may be 1 to 2 weeks. And then 1,000 feet moves down the beach over time, and the pipeline will still be there during construction. So I just tell people, enjoy it. People hate me for it, and people love me for it. There are people who will set up their beach chairs on that side of the pipe, and they will just sit there and watch and love it and enjoy it. And then people call and complain, I can't get to the beach, I can't get over the sand ramp. So we're going to have some PR to deal with during the project. That's going to happen. And so we'll, again, do our best to work with everybody to try to make it as minimal impact on the users as possible. And then what happens after the project's done? For 3 consecutive years, we'll have to till the beach in order to loosen the sand for sea turtle nesting. There'll be a lot of lighting compliance surveys that'll be done by Chad and staff. Basically, as the beach is elevated, it changes your lighting perspective for the sea turtles and the hatchlings, and we'll continue to do the annual monitoring on your behalf. So here's the website. This should all be posted, or if we're not, after this meeting, it'll be posted. And hopefully that gives you the full flavor of what's to come. Thank you very much.
Well, don't run off too much because one of the things that you were asking about is on the consent agenda, the resolution. And then the other one we pulled to discuss now while you're here,
Sure.
which was administrative item B. And that was the discussion about, well, Becky, can we just do that now? Okay. So we'll just do the administrative agenda item B, which is the sand placement onto the beach. It's to authorize the town staff to maximize sand placement onto the beach, constructing the full design beach option 1 along shoreline lengths with adequate property owner participation. Number 2, constructing the full design beach seaward of the ECL option 2 on shoreline lengths with isolated non-participating properties. And 3, constructing the beach at ECL elevation grade seaward option number 3 on shoreline lengths dominated by the non-participating properties. So essentially, Mike, you're looking for direction from council to go with your recommendations of option 2 on the smaller areas and option 3 on the larger areas.
Correct.
Are there any questions for Mike?
I don't know if it's a question for Mike, but I know I had talked to Chad earlier in the week about, what have we done? And I heard we've done a lot to get a hold of people that have not responded, especially. Is there any kind of last ditch effort now that we've actually talked about it? We've talked about the cost per individual, if they want to do it themselves, or if they find that they should have done it and they wish they would have, but now they have to go back. Is there any kind of last ditch effort to get a hold of these people, give them this synopsis and, really quick overview of what we all spoke about today and see if there can be one more final campaign? I know we've hit the deadline mark, but
Hey, morning, Chad Schutz, town staff. So with the delay in the U.S. Army Corps permit, we may have another month to get signups that wouldn't complicate the invitation to bid documents. Michael needs to put out a full design set of what we're building and what we're not building. But given that delay with the U.S. Army Corps, we can still keep taking on easements and contact people. That certified letter went out this month. Some people live in Switzerland where that's going to, so they, Canada, it takes time. So we'll continue to make every effort to try and contact people and get them signed up.
Mr. Mayor, do you need a motion?
Yeah, what? You got a motion?
I would move that we consent or support the staff recommendations to item B of the administrative agenda.
Second.
We got a second, a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I would just kind of comment that I think, wherever possible, I'd kind of give a preference to the option 2 over option 3 where you can put sand. But I realize the difficulties, but I just say that, I know it's kind of a judgment for you or what's considered long, what's considered a short distance, but.
And could just reiterate what you considered a short distance. I know you said on the north end, there was just a couple properties that wasn't very long, and what you would consider a long distance.
Sure. The contractor, they're pumping, the sand's coming out at a large velocity, large volume. It's 70, 80% water, 20% slurry. So they're going to have to build basically temporary sand berms to keep sand from going into somebody's private property. And so they can't push sand with a bulldozer much more than about 200 feet before you reach the capacity of the bulldozer. So once you get past about 200 feet, it would be unruly to have the contractor be building those large type of isolated little containment areas and things like that. So 1 or 2 lots, maybe 3 lots at the most, we might be able to do the option 2. But once you get into 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 lots, plus you don't want this monster watering hole. It's not good for sea turtle nesting. It's not good for recreation. It's not what you want to have on your beach, I don't think. So.
Any other questions, discussion for Mike? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
That'll bring us back to the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the town council meeting August 7th, Management and Planning Session, August 10th.
So moved.
I'll do a second, but I've got a couple of changes.
Okay?
The
Go ahead.
first change is on page 37 of the packet. I was quoted as saying that we can issue a variance to, for the garage. What I actually said was that we could have given a variance for an accessory structure between the house and the street, not to overturn FEMA. And the other one was on page 41, it said that Veach made a motion and Veach seconded the motion. And
Congratulations.
and I went back and actually listened to the recording, and it was Representative King who seconded the motion with his usual expediency.
Okay, any other changes to the minutes? None?
I would second as amended.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. That brings us to our consent agenda. Becky, do we want to do the consent agenda first and then talk about the item that was pulled, or talk about the item that was pulled and then the consent agenda?
I would do the consent agenda minus the pulled
Okay.
item.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended with item, there was a mistake when we talked at the beginning. We talked about pulling I, it's actually H. Agenda item H, not I.
I would move approval of the consent agenda apart from item H.
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries unanimously. We'll take a quick 10-minute break before we get into H and the public hearing.
Yeah, that's true in more ways than one. I was just knocking sand out of my shoes this morning.
All right, everyone, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It is 11:07. We're now going to discuss consent agenda item H, resolution 23-97, health insurance for elected officials. It is a resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, making findings allowing elected officials to participate in the town of Fort Myers Beach's health insurance program for town employees and providing an effective date. I wanted to pull this because there's been some discussion, or we need some clarity, Becky, if you would.
Sure.
How does the town charter, is this something that has to go through the town charter? Or is it something that can be done the way that this is being proposed?
No, there is a specific Florida statute. And it is Florida Statutes 112.08, and I'll read it. The title of it is Group Insurance for Public Officers, Employees, and Certain Volunteers, Physical Examinations. Section 1 is used in this section. The term local government unit means any county, municipality, community college district, school board or special district, or any county officer. And 2A, notwithstanding any general law or special act to the contrary, every local governmental unit is authorized to provide and pay out of its available funds for all or part of the premium for life, health, accident, hospitalization, legal expense, or annuity insurance, or all or any kinds of other such insurance for the officers and employees of the local government unit. And there is a specific Attorney General's opinion, and that's opinion 2004-17, which provides municipalities are included within the definition of local government unit for purposes of section 112.08. And 112.08 is what I just read. The language for the officers and employees of the unit is all inclusive and is not limited to any particular officers or employees of the local government units by any statutory provision. Where the legislature uses a comprehensive term, such as officers of the unit, without qualification, it must be considered that it intended to include everything embodied within the term unless the context of the statute clearly suggests otherwise. And the Attorney General summarizes clearly members of the City Commission as the city's governing body constitute officers of the city. So I understand that there have been legal opinions in the past that have said that you needed to have a charter amendment to do this. I do not understand why that opinion was rendered because of the statute.
Becky, is there anything in our charter that would, or is it possible? I guess I don't know. Trying to understand, there's nothing that can supersede one way or the other, or does the Florida statute supersede what's in the
For
charter?
one thing, the charter is a special act of the legislature when the municipality was formed. And this general statute says notwithstanding any general law or special act to the contrary. And there isn't anything in the charter that's contrary to it anyway.
Okay. Does that make sense to everybody else? I just wanted to make sure it was clear. Also, there was, do you want to come up? Okay. Just to be clear, so what you handed us, it's on public record. People understand what it is we'll be voting on and what the potential cost would be.
Sure. Hello, my name is Talisa Oliveira. I am the HR manager of the town of Fort Myers Beach. I have presented the council at the last council meeting regarding a change in health insurance, in addition to the opportunity to add eligible coverage for them as well. I presented them during the break just a quick one pager that goes through the cost of coverage. And you could refer to the last column. That would be the carrier that we are moving to, and those costs would be the accurate costs for the new plan year.
Are we talking about different things?
So for the council members to be able to have coverage and be eligible to be added onto the 23-24 plan year is what I'm referring to.
And that, so of the ones that you gave us, you've got the current, the renewal, and then the alternative, which is, I believe, one of our items that we'll be voting on.
Yes, so that's why I provided all three, because it has not
Okay.
been finalized. But if everybody votes and, we do move to FMIT, which is my recommendation, the cost would be for the last column, alternate one, titled alternate one.
I think we did adopt the consent
Mhm.
agenda,
Okay.
so I think that's already been
Perfect.
adopted.
Oh, it has, I'm sorry, I thought it was on,
Remember
oh, I
our-
got that.
yeah.
I was looking at legislative priorities.
Okay, so
My
great. So
apologies.
then yes, please do shift your attention to alternate one, as that has been approved. So we will be moving to FMIT, and the cost in that column. If you look, the first column there, the employer portion is on the left side. The employee portion is on the middle. So those are the cost of premiums. Those are the cost of coverage for each individual member per month.
And just so that it's on public record, because we could see it, do you want to just go through those costs so that
Sure,
everybody can hear it?
absolutely. So per employee per month for employee only coverage, the employer cost is $878.05. The employee portion, we do cover 100% of employee only coverage. Therefore, the employee portion is $0. For employee and spousal coverage, the town currently pays 100% of employee only coverage and 50% of dependent coverage. So the employer portion per month that we cover is $1,367.74, and that employee portion is $520.06. For employee and child, the employer pays $1,239.99 of coverage. The employee's portion that they're responsible for is $384.40. That total monthly cost is $1,624.39. And then you have the employee plus family, so that would cover spousal coverage and dependent and any dependents, children. That would be, or up to 5, I should say, up to 5 children would be covered under that plan. The employer portion is $1,729.70. The employee pays $904.45, with the total monthly coverage amounts of $2,634.15. And I have calculated the annual costs, if you would like that breakdown as well.
Yeah, I was just curious. I see you've got the numbers here, like the monthly totals of 63. I'm
Yeah.
assuming that does not include
Right.
if the 5 were added to that.
Exactly. That is the current coverage. Those are current coverage numbers for our participants.
For all town employees who are participating, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What I do like to see on this is that the employees' coverage is staying the same.
Mhm.
So we're not raising any kind of employee coverage, what they have to pay for this. But yet in this alternative plan that you're suggesting, it actually is costing the town less.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, just to be clear, we're talking about H, right?
Yes.
So we're strictly talking about whether or not to include council in the plan.
Right.
We've already voted to go with a new
Right.
plan.
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
And so the cost for that, my calculations roughly, it's about $10,000 a year per.
For employee only coverage. Yes.
Right.
For spousal coverage, it's about $16,000 a year for employee plus spouse. For employee plus child, it's about $15,000 a year. And then for employee plus family, it's about $21,000 a year. And that is the cost to the town.
And Joe's not here, I don't see. I'm just curious. Is Joe here?
I did see him at one point, maybe. Yeah.
I'm just curious if it is going to have a huge effect on his budget numbers that he's already crunched, or if this is not a huge significant thing within but he's not here to answer that.
And I don't think, you
Yeah.
know, until you know who would elect to do it under what conditions, you really wouldn't know what the annual
Right.
costs were.
Right.
One, I'm guessing it would change if it was approved every potentially 4 years. It could be a different number, but maximum was 5. You know.
Well, when does this actually take effect? Because I guess the last I understood was we can't make the decision for us. It would be after the next election. Wouldn't that be correct? Or
Becky?
we can't?
No, it would not.
It would be for the plan year effective October 1st, 2023.
But let me ask, since they've already been here and qualified for the first 30 days of being an employee, it could take effect on September 1st, technically. Because we typically don't provide insurance until you've been here to the first of the month after you've been here 30 days.
Well, yeah. it
And you
depends
guys have
on-
already exceeded that 30 days, so I would imagine it would be effective as soon
Yeah.
as they wanted it.
Well, it depends on the enrollment date. So if you enroll after the 15th, it's the first of, not the following month,
Correct.
but the next one. So it would need to be October 1st.
Right, but they've already passed the time frame.
Yeah, you are all eligible as long as this, is voted on and approved and goes forward. And I have already spoken with the carrier who has agreed to add, what they'll do is create a class code for elected officials, and then you would be your own class code, but you would, the continuity of the plan would need to be offered, all across the board, so.
All right. Just wanted to make sure we got all that out there so everybody knew what we were talking about when we were voting. Are there any other questions for staff? Vice Mayor Adderall, you look like you're,
I was just going to make a motion to approve Resolution 23-97 on the consent agenda.
there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I would just say that, I know that, we do get a paycheck, but this benefit kind of matches what we get paid. It's not like doubling the cost of the 5 of us from a
Sure.
salary standpoint.
Right. So, we look at salary separate. If you ever did a total comp study and you were enrolled, that would be something that we would look at. However, I think it's important, we all have the same mission when we were talking about this, and we want our elected officials who are representing the town, if they don't have opportunities personally to have great healthcare coverage, to also be able to have that through our group plan as well.
And this is, I wasn't at the meeting the MMP meeting on
Sure.
Thursday, but I did watch it. And if I remember correctly, this is not something out of the ordinary. This is something that you've talked to other municipalities. This is something that is not.
Yeah, so I have a network of HR directors that I consult with and speak with, and I put this out to them, and there's about 50 members. I got about 15 responses, but every single person confirmed that, yes, their elected officials are eligible to participate in the group plan. I also spoke with the league and Gearing Group, who they're, the largest public sector providers, and they said it is also very common.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilor Reed?
Well, I would just, I say I'm kind of a little torn about it. I don't like necessarily adding more expense, like especially with the budget uncertainty we have. I think I do like the idea though of, making it easier for people from all different socioeconomic levels to be on council, where it wouldn't be a deal. You wouldn't run for council because
Right.
you're afraid you would not have health insurance for some reason. So I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence. I'll say that.
Yes, and I agree with that as well, that, offering the coverage makes us more competitive with, who we employ, and we have a great plan, but also it would not hinder people from joining council that would lose coverage otherwise, because they would have the opportunity to be on our plan and continue to have health coverage, which we all know is a huge, huge cost in this day and age.
Yeah, Bill, I shared some of your concerns when I first started looking over these numbers, and then you look at, for an individual, it doesn't cost the individual anything, but if you're going to add a spouse, as you said, it's about what you get paid to do the job. You're giving half your paycheck back to be involved in the insurance. So I kind of looked at it both ways, but
Yeah.
Now with what you're paying outside of the market, probably paying more for health insurance than you're getting paid here. But that's not, that's not what the
No,
paycheck
no,
is really for.
Right. And then the plan needs to be considered too. We do have a very hardy plan, and it has extremely low deductibles. So, it's ultimately up to, you all and the town manager if it fits, what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. Any other questions? Counselor Beach, you good? With the questions?
Yeah, I think so. I'm okay.
Okay. We got a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion
Well,
carries
I'm actually, I'm going to go nay on
Oh,
this
nay?
one. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just not sure with the budget situation if I'm really up to spending more money.
The motion carries 4-1 with Counselor Veach dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to, where am I at?
Public hearings?
Public hearings. The first public, do we want to swear everybody in beforehand? Becky, is that the easiest way to do it?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and take it away. I don't have my cheat sheet with me.
Okay.
Or maybe I do.
Do I have to have them stand? All right, anyone who needs to be sworn in, please stand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. They've all been sworn. Okay.
Still got it. All right, I found it. I just got to redo my numbers a little bit here because we have 1, 2, just 2. The next 8 items on our agenda are public hearings for review. Sorry, next 2 items on our agendas. Whew. Could have been in a lot of trouble. For review on various land use requests for the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Okay, special exceptions and variances are all quasi-judicial in nature, which require our public hearing to comply with procedural requirements established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi-judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but are more formal than the remainder of our meeting and follow basic standards of due process requiring certain notices, application of the correct standards, and decisions made on competent and substantial evidence presented to the town council in written documents or oral testimony. The town council will evaluate the testimony and information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the land development code or state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. Pure speculation or mere opinion not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area is considered competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, etc., or testimony based on personal information. If you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. Let's see. At this time, if any town council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of the items, please disclose it for the record at this time so that we can assure that we'll have a quorum present for review of the item. No conflicts? Okay. At this time, if there's anyone present, actually, you've already been sworn in. All right, that's it.
Now, do we have any staff that we need to determine our expert witnesses?
You haven't
Oh,
been
yes.
qualified yet.
You've done
Okay, could you?
a different Jason.
Sure.
Could you please just state your qualifications and the
Sure. Jason Green. I've been working with the town of Fort Myers Beach for 6 years in community development department. I've got 20 years of service in planning in Florida, AICP, certified floodplain manager. I've served in multiple director and planning roles of different capacities and currently do similar work throughout the state of Florida.
Could y'all vote to qualify him?
Is there a motion to approve Jason Green as a expert testimony witness?
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Hearing none. You're now an expert.
Careful what you wish for, right?
All right. Okay. This is resolution 23-86 VAR 202-30070 for 434 Estero Boulevard. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving variance VAR 202-30070 to decrease the front west setback by 9 feet and decrease the rear south setback by 5.5 feet, to switch the side and rear setbacks and to allow for the encroachment of mechanical equipment 1.5 feet into the side north setback for the property at 434 Estero Boulevard, providing for Scrivener's errors, severability, providing for an effective date. Jason, will you proceed with the presentation on this item?
Could you inquire about the ex parte communication?
Oh,
please?
yes.
Thank you.
Is there been ex parte communication? Counselor Kane?
None.
Counselor, or Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Mayor Allers, just a drive by. Counselor Woodson?
None.
Counselor Leach?
None.
Take it away, Jason.
Thank you. As I mentioned, Jason Green, Community Development, and I have been sworn. The applicant, Richard Darling and Kara Stewart, are requesting a variance for 434 Estero Boulevard on behalf of the property owner, Sarah Tarbell Trust. Excuse me. The applicants are requesting a total of 4 variances. One from table 34-3 to decrease the front, and one from the rear, and one for the rear setbacks. A variance per section 34-268A5 to switch the front and side property lines, and a variance from section 34-638D1G to allow excuse me, mechanical equipment encroachment into a side setback. 434 Estero Boulevard is zoned RM, residential mixed, and is one of the non-conforming cottage lots on the north end of the beach. The lot measures 60 feet by 50 feet and has a shared access easement from Estero Boulevard. The proposed house does not qualify for section 34-268 administrative setback variance because of the proposed house is 2 stories over flood elevation rather than single story. The proposed house does meet all other criteria for the administrative setback variance. The previous house on the property had a footprint of approximately 760 square feet in size. The proposed house has a footprint of 676 square feet. All of the proposed setbacks are greater than 5 feet, and the ground floor will be open. The applicant is requesting a variance of 9 feet from the front setback to allow a 16 feet from the setback, and a variance from the rear setback of 5.5 feet for a 14.5 feet rear setback. The applicant is also requesting that the side of the property considered the rear to be changed from the property line opposite the access easement to the property line facing the beach. This is a variance per section 34-268A5, administrative setback variances. Additionally, they're requesting a variance from section 34-638D1G to allow that 1.5 feet encroachment of the mechanical equipment in that side yard. The previous neighborhood of 12 homes was completely destroyed by Ian, and this apparently is the first proposed house in this section of cottage homes. At the August 8th LPA hearing, the LPA recommended approval of the variances, but did not feel that the applicant could request a variance that was listed as an administrative variance to switch side and rear setbacks. They asked that the applicant and staff revise their request to allow the proposed configuration with different variance amounts to accomplish the configuration. The vote did not indicate whether the variances met the criteria 34-87. And so I'll stand for any questions if you have questions or comments about the application. And there are conditions, proposed conditions with that.
Jason, in reading through this, the staff's recommendation was for denial. Can you go into specifics as to why? To me, it seems as because it was outside the administrative variance ability for, as well as a second story, not just a single story.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I think the challenge with us always, and we've had this conversation before, is trying to be very technical to the code and the reasonings as far as that 34-87. Is it the minimum necessary type of conversations? It's really more of a judgment call, and that's obviously why it comes to you to be able to make that case-by-case judgment.
And it looked, or it appears that what's being proposed, the setbacks are actually greater than what they were before the storm with the house there?
I believe the footprint of the building is, the proposed structure is smaller. Correct. I think some of the confusion on this was also the LPA's recommendation of not giving a variance to that section not being allowed to for a variance. Ultimately, it has to come before you to make that choice anyways, that decision, that interpretation, and we're here. So I guess that'll be one part of your decision is if you want to not give the variance for that one section that we've included, or you can just give the variance and they're done.
What's the height? What's the floodplain height there?
Probably in the 14, 15 range. I'd have to look at the maps. It varies. There's several lines that go from the beach to Estero, so it changes across the property actually.
Because I believe I saw that the side setback they're asking for the 1 foot, 1.5 foot for the AC mechanicals, that was elevated if I'm.
Yeah, you have to elevate those, either cantilever off the structure or you could put a platform structure support.
Any other questions for Jason?
I remember this, Jason, from the LPA hearing, and I thought one of the reasons why this was important, at least from the applicant's perspective, and maybe some of the neighbors as well, is that if they can get this established, it would prevent somebody from coming in and buying the whole lot and putting in another big condo complex, and this would allow individual units to. Was that part of the discussion? Am I remembering that correctly?
As far as the, I'm sorry, for which part?
Just in defense.
The cottage
of,
lots? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That was a very specific conversation with the LPA and you and the council about really, there's a couple areas throughout the town that have these kind of neighborhood of cottage lots, and they have their own term now in the code. So yeah, it's an important part to distinguish them a little bit different than others.
Thank you.
And I think that was a conversation we had when we changed the resolution to make these even buildable as cottage lots.
Correct. So yes, if you recall, before you made that change, I think it was late last year, or maybe it was the beginning of this year. They weren't buildable by the code that's been in place for 20 years, and whether that was oversight or just nobody had to address it.
And I think even if you combined all these lots, I don't think there's enough real estate there to make a big condo project.
Yeah, they're all about 50 by 60, give or take. Plus, there's an easement going down for access, so they're small.
Yeah, I think the point, well, I'll let the applicant make the point, but I thought the point was is that if we can begin to get a couple of these established, it would sort of preserve the property for these individual sort of cottages, if you will, to be preserved. I thought that was part of the argument, but I'll listen to the applicant.
Any other questions for Jason?
Could I address something?
Absolutely.
Okay, I did after the hearing, I did render a legal opinion with regard to the negative recommendation. I don't believe that under Florida law, you're required to apply for an administrative approval prior to asking for a variance. In other words, I believe that the technical reason why there was a negative recommendation was that they could have asked for a 1-story over elevation if they would have gone for an administrative approval of it, an administrative variance. And I don't believe that under Florida law, you're required to do that. Therefore, that I didn't believe that that was a valid reason to recommend against it. I just wanted to mention that.
Anything else for Jason? All right. I missed a step here, so I'll go back. Jason, has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
I hope so. I believe so. I'll let them answer that. Yes, as far as I know.
All right. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, for the record, my name is Richard Durling. I'm with Marvin Homes here on behalf of the owner at 434 Estero Boulevard, Miss Sarah Tarble, in request for this variance. This variance is setback variance. This is the minimum variance that's required for us to rebuild the home on that property, one of 12, as has been pointed out. The home basically is a 26 by 26 foot footprint, about half the size of this room. So it's a very small structure. Part of the variance and the reason we're here is before those setbacks, and also that we can build that second floor above floodplain. The floodplain there, by the way, Mayor, is 13 feet. But there is also the DEP determination, which is yet to be made, because we need to get through this step first before we can move on to the next step for the DEP determination on that ultimate height. Again, we respectfully request that you grant the variance. It's the minimum that's required. I don't know if anyone has any of the documentation of the previous structure that was there, but you can basically see that it's going in roughly the same footprint. It's just a little bit more parallel with the property lines. It was a little askew in the previous construction. Happy to answer any questions. We do have the owner here, Ms. Sarah Tarbell. She's happy to answer any questions, as well as Kara Stewart.
Quick question for you. If you're going to build it to the minimum height required, would there be any openness to going above that? Or would it be a major cost to the homeowners to go to, say, the max freeboard?
Well, we're going to be required to build to whatever that ultimate decision is between FEMA's base flood elevation and DEP's requirement. There may be some latitude between those two numbers. That once will be established, it will be in excess of the base flood elevation required by FEMA plus the 1 foot freeboard. And of course, in these types of construction, it's all measured from the bottom of the floor joist.
Right.
So you actually have the thickness of that floor system as well to the actual floor height inside the building itself.
I guess my question was more, is there a willingness or is there a huge cost associated with going from that 1 foot of freeboard to the extra 2 feet?
Well, there is. Obviously, we're way up out of the ground. There's a structure that's actually across the street on Estero. Some of you may have driven by there and see how high that really is. We're talking, and our preliminary designs have it at 15 feet. So it's way, way high above the ground. Every additional foot is expensive structurally to make that all work. We're driving pilings, obviously, and then building a structure on top of that. So it does get to be expensive in excess of that. We don't know ultimately what that height will be once we get the DEP letter for determination of the final height. We are interested in building this project for a number of reasons, but also has been pointed out, we'd love to see that community remain as 12 lots and not potentially be a property that would be bought and developed as a possible condominium project. I think it keeps, the integrity of the beach, what a lot of us have talked about for the past year, trying to maintain a beach community here and not necessarily build 400 unit hotels.
Have you seen the conditions that staff has put into the packet?
I just actually read those this morning with Kara Stewart, yes.
Are there any, does the applicant have any objections to any of those?
There is some talk possibly of just enclosing a small area for storage of like bicycles down on the ground level. And that could be done in numerous different ways, as simple as perhaps fencing or lattice work instead of a fully enclosed structure. Obviously, we have to meet the requirements of the building code in that vicinity for velocity with breakaway walls and other things of that nature. So we're going to be limited on actually what we can do down there.
You're not going to have an elevator for this, right?
There is no elevator potentially going to be in this. We have only 676 feet of actual footprint. We're asking for roughly 1,500 square feet total and 2 floors over base flood.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Jason, what's the average size of an elevator shaft if you were to build a bigger home that had?
It's roughly 5 by 5.
5 by 5. Yeah.
Can I jump in and just use this as an opportunity for public service announcement? You're talking about elevation. I think it's really important for the public and anybody developing to know that the V zone along the beach generally has I don't want to say substantially, but anywhere from 2 to 6 feet higher elevation requirement by DEP than what the FEMA maps show. So you can't just rely on those FEMA maps. So somewhat to your point, the design flood elevation ends up being in areas we've seen 6 feet higher than what's on the map. Not just the 1 or 2 or 3 feet of freeboard. So one, be aware of that and check into that because it's lot by lot. And you can negotiate that somewhat with some special engineering design studies. But they have a study that was, I think it was 1999, it was published, and it supersedes whatever we adopt as a flood map. So
and ironically, in that location on the beach, last November when the new flood maps came into effect, it actually lowered the elevation requirement there from 17 to 13.
So that's another confusing factor that it's important for the public. They have different, I've asked the state the same question of how do you have different modeling? And they haven't been able to explain to me why the difference. But the flood map's lowered, but the elevations are still staying the same and higher. So it's gonna look like a bigger difference than it's ever been. But just be aware, DEP controls by state law. They control the elevations along that shoreline.
You know, I was told that it's now in the Florida Building Code, that it's outside the DEP. They came up with to start with, but now it's in the Florida Building Code.
Well, our requirements and the freeboard, the +1, and all that is in building code, but the state law clearly talks about the coastal area, and DEP has a study for that and for our area, and they set the elevations for that. So there's nothing you can do other than use specific unique studies to that site. And you can go to them and they'll look at it, just like we review engineering plans, they would review that and then I think they make a final determination.
So just back to questions about your project. So how many square feet was the cottage that was destroyed?
It was roughly the 676 square feet, roughly. There were decks associated outside of that square footage. That was living area square footage.
Right.
And Jason, to his point about condition 3, about the lower area being enclosed, you mentioned potentially having something to put bikes in, or is that even allowable in a V zone? Is that something?
Yeah,
that,
there's ways to design the enclosure. There has to be breakaway walls type construction and design, but it's storage, parking, and access are what you can use below the base flood.
but I think what you were mentioning was something more like a lattice type structure, or would you?
Well, something where, you could put bicycles and other things like that, beach chairs, whatever, in an enclosed area that you could secure with a gate or something so that, they wouldn't be accessible to just people wandering.
And I think that some of the code, it might be that what you're required to do is put in cinder block breakaway walls, even though it seems like it's counterintuitive.
So the
because-
lattice work you would be able to do, and I believe that doesn't require engineering for that because it's
Okay.
not an obstruction. The assumption is a small lattice area would blow away anyway with the waves. It's just a question of our codes, if allowing an enclosure below it, or if you want to open because of the variances. But if you limited it to a certain amount, that, I don't know that would be too obtrusive visually.
Would you be looking to do the breakaway wall kind of enclosed, secure area that you would do?
If it was more substantially constructed with walls instead of, lattice or fencing, then yes, we would comply with the breakaway standards for construction. And what we'd like to request is a 10 by 10 area for that storage.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
I'm just going to make a
Well,
motion.
we got a lot to go through before we get to that.
Fair
point.
enough.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and where you were sworn in, and whether you were sworn in, sorry. Is there anyone that would like to speak during public comment on this public hearing? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Are there any rebuttal statements from anyone? I guess probably not. Okay, I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 23-86 with conditions.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion.
Well, I'll tell you what, I understand the predicament, but I also would say that we, as a council, this council, when we passed a new ordinance to allow these to be buildable, we specifically said 1 floor. Now, if we go through and start doing a variance for a 2nd floor for one of the first houses down the system, are we basically just completely undoing what we did with the previous?
Well, Councilor Reach, I believe my recollection from listening to the LPA and the council meetings was we were providing an avenue for them to at least get back what they had before the storm that they didn't have before, with the option of this exact process to be able to come forward and request it. Not giving it to them by right, but having them come in and ask for it, which is what they're doing. So I think that they're doing the exact process that was laid out through the LPA and the council.
So by setting this precedent, and I know it's not really a precedent, but are we just, making ourselves a lot of work and it costs people a lot of money and basically going against what we voted to as a council?
Well, 600 square feet, I think it's difficult to live in 600 square feet. I think probably most of the rooms in this building are probably more than 600 square feet. So it is case by case. I don't feel like they're asking for anything egregious. I believe you said it was less than 1,500 square feet total by the time you're done, and that include the deck space. There's 26 by 26 area. Most garages are that size. So, they're not asking for anything out of the ordinary. And looking at what they're proposing, they're actually coming in on their setbacks from what they had before. So they're actually, I think, providing a benefit, even though they're going to add a second story, potentially add a second story, but they're going to provide a benefit of bringing things in a little bit and making them more resilient. So I understand your point, though.
Yeah, and I hear what you said too. 600, for me right now, 600 square feet would be a luxury.
Amen.
But I understand that it's small to live in 600 square feet, but that's what they had. And the reality is small lots of small houses. So I understand that it's difficult to build a 600 square foot house elevated, especially in the V zone. And like my house, the DEP elevation is 4.5 feet taller than, and that's one of the issues with my garage. So it is way up there, but I don't think regardless of what you do, it's going to look very leggy. But I think that, they had 600 feet. We bent over backwards to make sure they could rebuild what they had. And my inclination is to stick with that.
I understand. I guess my part of the discussion here would be to talk about their condition 3 about not being able to enclose anything on the lower level. And the reason I asked the question about the elevator shaft is just specifically for that. It to me doesn't sound like they're opposed to building breakaway walls on the lower level area. Anybody that's hauled a bike, especially an electric bike, up a flight of 2 or stairs knows that it's not always the most pleasant thing to do. So I guess I would ask if the motion maker or the seconder would want to amend their motion to include any enclosed space through the breakaway wall, what's required under code for storage of bikes, not necessarily building a garage, but a smaller areas for just bike storage.
I'm certainly open to that, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure. I defer to staff to repercussions of that precedent. I know it's not a formal precedent, but it's an informal one. I thought the hope was to leave that free for debris purposes, storm purposes, view corridor purposes. If they need an elevator because somebody's physically challenged, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that. But to have all that stuff down there. I've had other homeowners ask me, "Can't I have any stuff down there? I've got to live," and and the town has said no, or at least not the town, but the ordinance and the system has said no. Our federal friends. So again, to me, it's not. I don't want to open a Pandora's box, but certainly an elevator shaft, if that's what's required for the people to get up and down, that's fine. But to begin to have these structures underneath that contain all the stuff, we sort of get back to where we were pre-storm, I think, but maybe not. It's not a hill I want to die on. If you feel strongly about it, I would certainly add it in there, but I would need some staff help on that. I don't know. Jason, you want to save me on this? I'm drowning.
I don't know. Save me. So part of the concern with the site being so small is ensuring that they have sufficient parking under the building. So I would just ask that whatever is done and that the applicant be aware that however it's designed, if you do allow something that it accommodates the vehicles so that they're not hanging out into the easement. It's a very small access. I believe the fire department is concerned about the width and may want some improvements there in the coming years, especially with these coming back. It's been there prior to any kind of codes for a long time. So that would be probably the number one concern from a staff perspective, is just making sure there's sufficient room underneath for those vehicles to be out of the way.
Is our flood expert just having a storage area for stuff, bikes and chairs? Does that concern you at all?
No, I think it's more of a visual, what you were getting at, concern as far as the beach rebuild. I would actually probably say go the other direction of not the most structurally intense enclosure, something with lattice or something like that allows air light through, that may help offset the enclosure, the appearance of it. So you don't have to build it out to the max. You can build less, or you can build a, like I said, lattice or some other kind of light material that washes away.
Are you comfortable?
I don't know if
with
that's
that,
secure
Mr.
enough
Mayor?
for them, but that's something you could do. You could actually require it to be less intense than enclosed walls.
You want to craft the amended motion, Mr. Mayor, the condition?
Well, I
You're,
guess,
you're a builder. You can do it better than I can.
well, I don't know if I necessarily could or not, but you know, my concern with that part of it, um, one, the structure to me makes more sense just because security and the breakaway walls. We have issues in our code currently, as you well know, that, you know, if you want to put something around your garbage cans, is that considered a fence or not a fence? Does it require a permit, not require a permit? Would whatever they're going to do require them to get another permit? Should it be a lattice structure that they put around, or is it something that could be incorporated into this request?
So whatever, they could do it during the building permit time. At the time they submit for the permit, anything that they would decide to enclose, whatever material, they could include that. And some of those things they could include later on down the road. Like, so the lattice work's not a big deal. It really isn't. For breakaway walls, it would be part of the design. So my only point of my comment was, if you wanted something less than that, then I would condition that, because otherwise they're by right allowed to enclose it with anything, unless you put a restriction on materials. If you allowed enclosure below without putting a restriction on materials, they can design it up to Florida, or up to the flood code. Does that make sense?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I-
So
I'm just
enclosure
trying- I'm
below
just
is
trying
up
to
to
get
you.
to a point where we can allow them to have something, should they want to, or should the council want to grant that to them, to have an enclosed area. And that's why I talked about the elevator shaft. If they were putting an elevator shaft in, we would be okay with that being enclosed. So I don't know, maybe the compromise is the size of a normal size elevator shaft, and maybe not the 10 by 10. I mean, how long is a bike? I don't even know.
Right. So for us, I think it's modify that condition. Do you want to? Do you want to allow something to be enclosed below? That's question number one. And then question number two is, how big and of what material do you want to limit the material that it's constructed with? Those are the kind of steps in the question. So it sounds like you may want something to be allowed below. How big and what material, if any restrictions on material?
Well, we have a motion and a second, and I just added for discussion. It doesn't appear as though,
Well, no, the motion maker is willing to accommodate your concern, Mr. Mayor. If you have a suggestion, I'm open to it. I don't know what it is. I just don't know how to do it.
you know, I'm open. I think I understand the point about having things enclosed down below, but for ADA compliant issues, I think that if they could design something in there that could be a future elevator shaft, should it need to be, and I don't know how that would fit into your design, but I know a lot of people are considering that are building on some of these small cottage lots. If down the road they get to a point where they can't get up the stairs, they have the ability to add an elevator shaft later. I don't know if that's something the applicants are amenable to doing, so that it could serve a purpose down the road. It's not something that's just storage. It could eventually be an elevator shaft. So, I mean, that's, I think, makes sense to me.
I'm certainly open to that if the staff have enough direction based upon what the mayor said.
Yeah, I mean, I would ask you to limit, or whatever the size, if you want to limit the size, and
they
also,
said
and
an
then not
elevator-
put a restriction on
Not to
material.
exceed.
Yeah, I think they said the elevator shaft is 5 by 5.
Okay.
Should we, are you okay with that? Not to exceed, or you want to say 6 by 6?
Well, I don't know how, if you're saying it's 5 by 5, I guess
Well, I don't know. I guess the applicant said 5 by 5. Right?
Yeah,
So
he did.
they asked for 10 by 10.
No, I get that.
I
but
do
I'm-
think, if you, bicycles are typically at least longer than 5 feet, and you'd have to stand it up to put it in.
So
So,
we compromise 8 by 8,
or you can just say
7.5.
25 square feet and let them configure.
25 inside square feet. That I'm okay with that. That's
And that allows them to lay it out. So again, the parking isn't an issue. That's I think our first concern is making sure that the rear end of those cars are out of the travelway.
Counselor,
this-
go ahead.
Is this something though that could go like under a stairwell? Like there's the outside stairs going up and
I
you
was
could
thinking the
enclose
same thing.
outside the stairwell and then it doesn't interfere with the garage space or the parking.
It gets a little tricky on design with stairs, because stairs have a whole design criteria in a V zone. If it was an A zone, I would say yes, you could hide it in there, but because there's you're supposed to have open stair underneath the stair It's supposed to be open for waves. They're supposed to be in a certain direction. There's a lot of criteria for stairs. So if they can, then yeah. But I try to tell people to stay away from stairs if you can in a view zone.
So assuming staff is comfortable with the mayor's.
I heard 25
suggestion-
square feet. Is that what?
The motion maker's comfortable.
Yeah,
As long as you-
I just don't want to I want to make sure it's not too small for an elevator.
So what you're referring to then is you're going to perhaps amend your motion to amend
Well, it would be
condition number 3
It would have to be an amendment to condition number 3.
to allow for up to 25 square feet of enclosed area.
Do we have to get more specific, Becky, in that, into that it has to be breakaway walls, it has to be built to,
Well, in any event, we'll have to comply with the building code
okay,
for the B zone.
got it.
Yeah, so what I was suggesting is if you wanted something less, right? If you want them to be able to have the opportunity to whatever the max is allowed, in this case, it's usually you're requiring conditions to go higher standard, right? In this case, you may want to consider a lower standard so that it's not an enclosed wall. But if you're talking about an elevator shaft, it would be enclosed. It wouldn't be breakaway. So I wouldn't suggest putting any restrictions on the material type at this point. It would just confuse the elevator shaft issue later on.
I mean, 5 by 5 is still 25 square feet. So, I mean, you can't get anything in there. And I say, why not let them have something enclosed, even if it is lattice work or something, because nobody wants to look at everybody's junk under a house. They rather look at lattice work or something enclosed so that it's clean and not blowing all over in the storm. So I'd go with the 10 by 10.
I forgot who was the second.
You were the motion.
Counselor Woodson was the second. I'm comfortable with her suggestion as well, but I just want to make sure we get the mayor's concerns addressed as well.
It sounds like they've been addressed to me.
So
All
I
right.
would suggest maybe the square footage and not the size, just because.
Not to exceed 100 square feet. Because that's 10 by 10.
You're the motion maker.
Well, I
if
just
that's
want, I'm just trying to find a compromise. I mean, I'm okay with that. I just, and this obviously just applies to this variance, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So moved.
I'll second.
Becky, do you want us to restate everything just so that it's clear? So when you're going back through it, I'll be happy to restate it if you would like me to restate it.
Okay, I think Jason's going to redo number 3, restriction number 3.
Yeah, so I'll just go through it real quick. So I think we're all on the same. The motion is to approve resolution 23-86 with conditions as recommended, with the adding of the wording of enclosed square footage of 100 square feet or less.
So you could just say that first sentence in number 3, the first floor shall not be enclosed except for up to 100 square feet.
Okay. You okay with that?
And then the rest
Yes.
of the sentence
As
is
long as
you're
you're
okay.
okay. I'm good.
Okay. I think we're all clear. Any other discussion? Roll call vote, correct? Is that, okay. So roll call vote, Vice Mayor Adderhall,
Aye.
Council Woodson,
Aye.
Councilor Veach,
Nay.
Councilor King,
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Motion carries 4-1 with Councilor Veach dissenting. That brings us to this item is resolution 23-87, SEZ 202-30126-163 Old San Carlos. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying special exception SEZ 202-30126 to temporarily allow outdoor consumption on premises with a retail use and conditions for the property located at 163 Old San Carlos Boulevard, providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. If any town council member has any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, and correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. Councilor King,
None.
Vice Mayor Adderhall,
I don't have any, and I want to apologize to the applicant because I have an appointment that I have to leave for, but I don't know if the attorney will let me say this or not, but based upon the LPA conversation, I'm very sympathetic to your application if I have to leave before the vote.
I have just seen some emails back and forth between the applicant and staff that were sent out to everyone, I believe. And obviously I've driven by the property several times. Council Woodson?
Yeah, I know the property, we've had previous discussion first time around when it was amended for use, and I watched the LPA.
Council Beach?
Nothing new, just being a part of the council when we granted the CUP in the first place.
Jason, will you please proceed with the presentation on the item?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Jason Green, Community Development. The owner of 163 and 185 Old San Carlos is requesting an amendment to the special exception to temporarily move the location of the use and amend the conditions of Resolution 21-46. Resolution 21-46 approved a special exception to allow consumption on premise of beer and wine to the retail store at 185 Old San Carlos, with conditions that amplified music and entertainment and consumption of alcohol were only permitted indoors. The structure at 185 Old San Carlos was severely damaged in the storm and is not a safe structure. The structure at 163 was completely destroyed and the site is now vacant. The applicant wishes to amend the special exception to allow consumption on premise at 163 Old San Carlos and is proposing an outdoor bar and retail sales area with an outdoor seating area. The applicant is requesting an amendment to the conditions that would allow live entertainment or amplified music outdoors in compliance with the town's noise ordinance. She's also requesting an amendment to the conditions to allow consumption of alcohol outside of a building and proposes the area of consumption of alcohol as the area between the outdoor bar and a fence running along the sidewalk of Old San Carlos. The special exception would be in effect at 163 Old San Carlos until such time as the structure at 185 Old San Carlos receives a certificate of occupancy. At the LPA hearing, the LPA recommended approval of the request for the modification to the conditions to add a requirement that this case be reviewed every 12 months and no additional fees or applications required. That modification has been made to the conditions listed in the end of the staff report. The applicant has also requested a waiver of the special exception fee, which obviously the town council can grant or deny.
Jason, I didn't get a chance to see the full LPA hearing on this one, but I know they put the 12-month review in. Was there a cap on how long that review? Is there a certain amount of years that would go for review, staff approval?
No,
Administrative?
that's a interesting question. No, it was just a review every 12 months. And I don't honestly know what that review is, but it was trying to keep an eye on it, I guess. And there's no time limitation on that. That may be something to discuss.
Any questions for Jason?
I believe I can't remember. They have the outdoor bars and stuff that have a time limit on them under state law. Isn't there a 36-month restriction on that for the mobile vending?
Oh, you're talking about Senate Bill 250?
Yeah.
That was, I think, I don't know if that had anything to do with COP licenses, but it was for sure, travel trailers, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Temporary business. I don't know that it was specific to just COP licenses.
So most of these have those limits, but there is not a time limit on this.
So I guess what you're trying to suggest is that maybe that 3-year, you can administratively approve it up to that 3-year, and then they'd have to come back in if for some reason the building wasn't being built by then, but.
Yeah, or
you're
I would
kinda getting
say
at.
maybe better define what the 12-month checkup means, I guess, from an administrative standpoint.
See, I seem to remember it in the LPA that the reason they wanted the 12-month checkup was to make sure that things are moving along on the build process. And as long as things are moving along in the build process, that they would just review it and extend.
That's
what I
right.
remember.
And that may be the intent. The challenge with administrative law is that's not really defined what moving along is, right? So it's a judgment call on the staff side to say, yeah, you're moving along. What are you? I'll tell you, right, we hate that, honestly. We love it to be much more defined, so it's very clear to everybody on both sides.
Well, I think before we get into the weeds on that,
yeah.
maybe let's hear from the applicant.
Absolutely.
Maybe they can tell us better what their plans are and how they want to move forward. Has the property owner and applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Suzanne May Behan. I'm the property owner of 163 and 185 Old San Carlos Boulevard. 163 is completely gone. We lost our building and business. We've been on this beach since 1975. We've had that store since Southeast Trader since 1979. So that was a huge blow. And then during COVID, I purchased 185 Old San Carlos, and I was in the process of working with the town planners and permitting on opening a bar. I was very close to getting my bar open when Hurricane Ian completely destroyed it. It gutted it. Thank God it still is somewhat structural. It needs a few repairs. My home is above it and it's uninhabitable at present. I had insurance on 163, unfortunately has not paid out. I could not afford insurance on 185 because it was so incredibly expensive to insure 163. So therefore, I am asking, and I had in the prior council been approved for a 2 COP license with retail for 185. I'm just asking that that be transferred to an outdoor venue for 163 because I've had no income since Hurricane Ian.
Do you have any plan, any idea
As
what your
far as
future
the-
plans are?
Yes. I have handed over the flood and windstorm policies to my attorney, and he is actively pursuing those. The only thing I can do at this point is get a business open to have revenue to go to banks or the SBA for a loan. But the plan with my family and I is to rebuild 163.
Any questions for the applicant? Vice
I,
Mayor?
I had a question. I was very sympathetic to your situation at the LPA. But I was a little unclear as to what you're going to do from a business model at 163. Are you going to like erect a tent and just have open chairs? You're going to create like a little stage? You're going to have a separate bar? How will it sort of lay out in terms of what you're envisioning?
I
for the-
included a site plan with my application and
Page
basically.
255.
But just talk about it so the public can
Okay,
kind of
so
understand what you
basically
have in
it's
mind.
a modified shipping container.
Mhm.
And we would put in like a serving window and the various cuts in the structure to accommodate water, electric, that sort of thing. We would have a seating area in front of it, tables, chairs, umbrellas. We would have an area where a band could set up and be covered at some point down the road, possibly. And then there would be retail racks kind of intermingled amongst that up from the shipping container forward 70 feet to the actual property line, which is the sidewalk.
There'd be restrooms as well,
There would be porta potties.
porta potties. And do you have a name laid out yet?
We're working on it.
Okay. To be determined. All right. Thank you.
Jason, this is not obviously not in the V zone here, right? Is this AE or what is it? What
I
zone?
believe it is A zone there, yes.
So she'd mentioned a shipping container. Is there going to be any issues with shipping containers being put in this zone?
So I assume it's going to be temporary.
Yes, it's very temporary.
So
Well,
there's
but what we
different,
consider temporary and what those above us consider temporary are two different
it's got to be
things.
movable, right? It's, so in an A zone, you can construct something, but it has to be flood compliant. I don't know the shipping container can be, so I would assume by default it has to be movable, similar to some of the other issues that they've had to deal with.
This means they have to put it on wheels and the whole nine
Essentially,
yards?
yes.
Wait a minute, hold on.
So-
Let me go back for a second. That's not what Sarah Probst and I went through. Shipping container, it just had to be tied down, strapped down, and structurally, kind of like they do with the trailers, they screw it into the ground.
Okay. I'll rely on what
Sorry.
hopefully
Well,
staff,
I
hopefully
just
the
want to
building
make sure
department
you're
staff
going
is-
into this eyes
Oh,
open if
no.
it gets approved, because we don't want to have another issue of you going through the expense and putting things down and then
Oh, no.
the rules are changed.
No, I get
So I
it.
want to make sure that you're
Well,
working with staff
I'll make sure she gets
to
with the
make sure that
building.
whatever you're
building
going to
folks,
do
yeah.
is you only have to do it once and not have to worry
I
about it.
appreciate that.
Any other questions for the applicant? No? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Is there anyone that would like to speak at public comment? Seeing none. Are there any additional comments or rebuttal or closing statements from the applicant? Nope. Okay. You got to come up and say it, so it's on the record.
I already paid the $3,800 fee for the actual special exception. I never got to utilize it. And then now having to pay an additional $3,300 for an amendment. I mean, we're financially strapped. So I'd appreciate you waiving that.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
I'll just say I'm very sympathetic. I kind of applaud you're looking at a creative way to bring a little life back to your facility there. I would support allowing this as temporary measurement under the conditions and waiving the fee for the secondary special exemption. She's already gone through it once.
I totally agree with Counselor Beach. I look at this as just another temporary structure of bars and restaurants and doing what they need to do to get back on their feet and stay in business and move forward. So I would totally support.
I thought maybe there were a motion and a second already there.
Well,
But it
hasn't
sounded like
officially
it.
been a motion, but would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we approve the, where am I here? A special exemption SCZ 20230126 to allow her to temporarily move her COP with the conditions that are laid out by the LPA, but then also to waive the application fee for this special exemption.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? No, I think you guys covered it. I think this makes a lot of sense, and we certainly sympathize with what you're going through. You're not the only one, and I know you know that. And hopefully, this will allow you to be able to get back up and running. But just make sure you're working with staff, and staff make sure you're working with her, so that whatever temporary structure she puts up, we don't have to have someone come in and say that you're not doing the right thing. So just keep that communication open and be very clear with helping them along the way.
Yes, sir.
All right. It's a roll call vote. Counselor Veach,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Counselor King.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously 4-0 with Vice Mayor Adderall having to leave a little early. Thank you. That brings us to our administrative agenda.
Can we
First-
have a quick break?
Yeah, take 5 minutes. All right, everyone, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It is 12:25 PM. Vice Mayor Adderall had to leave. He had another prior engagement he had to get to. So we will continue on with administrative agenda item A, Times Square clock preparations, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, waiving the town's competitive procurement policy and approval of proposals received for electric and site work for Times Square in the amounts not to exceed, we will find out shortly, and providing for an effective date. Frankie?
Thank you, Mayor. Not Frankie, but thank you, Mayor. We've got the Times Square clock that has been donated, and now we are in the process of getting it installed. And Frankie and Jason have been working with a contractor, so I'll turn it over to Frank.
Didn't mean any disrespect there, Mr. Manager.
Good afternoon. My name is Frankie Kropacek. I'm the Operations and Compliance Director for the Town of Fort Myers Beach. Almost a little faux pas there. I apologize. So currently we're working with a general contractor that's also doing some work for us up on Bayside Park right down the street. When it came to ask the question about how we were going to achieve getting power to the clock pedestal, it was revealed to us that because no one, including the county or ourselves, knew the electrical layout underneath those pavers, those records have been changed, gone, and moved around over the years, that the best avenue to pursue would be using ground penetrating radar to go through that whole area so we could bore safely to that pedestal from where we need to go. So the proposal in front of you was put together by the general contractor, and it included not only getting power from the pole to the pedestal, but also how they wanted to achieve doing that. Some of those expenses not going to be there because we already had secured installation from the manufacturer of the clock when the clock was donated to the town. So those things are still working. Ground penetrating radar is done in 3 different layers. So they're currently getting their data together now. So if you go past the area, you'll see it was coned off. That was done by them. Those cones do not have to stay there. They can be moved, and town staff will be taking care of that so they don't impede egress or that to the beach. But when they are out there working, they do fence that off just so they can have access to that full site and develop that profile needed to find out where it is safe to bore. We are probably looking in the neighborhood of about 120,000, I believe it was.
Yeah, you're
96,000 to achieve that. We had reached out to 4 other electrical companies. These were the only game in town that was willing to do it and meet by our deadline.
So I'm reading here the total cost. So it's 96 for the installation and 55 for the electrical.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
And what is the value of the clock that we're installing?
I believe the clock at its present was around $40,000 donated.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that gives me a little bit of a pause, is to spend $150,000 to install it.
And the reason there, Councilman Beach, is we just do not know what
Yeah.
rat's nest is underneath those pavers. Years upon years of development in that area and moving resources from the town to the county and back and forth. It's just a jumbled mess. And so there was no way to really know what we needed to do. So the money had to be spent to do a little investigative work before we could just haphazardly put a line in.
And I understand that. The other point is that we were in the process of redoing all of that in Times Square soon anyway, right, before Ian.
Yes, sir. And this will just lay out the groundwork so we can build off of that then. We'll actually know where we need to go and where we can put our outlets back like they had back at the tree area in those areas.
Yeah, that was something I was going to ask if, I mean, this will kind of set the groundwork for everything that we want to do in Times Square eventually, correct?
That
I
is
mean,
correct.
this is not just for the clock.
No, ma'am. Oh, it'll lay the groundwork so we can succeed and build off of that, whatever that boring is and wherever they locate these areas.
Whatever Times Square turns out to be.
That is correct. The most important thing is that it helps put the icon of this town back where it belongs.
Now, was anything in this reimbursable by,
FEMA or anybody else?
So doing the study, obviously the clock was donated, but doing this study and putting together these layers of data, this is something that we can definitely put into FEMA as not only an operational cost, but also a lost cost for infrastructure, electrical infrastructure. We lost that whole ability when Ian took that away. So there are avenues that we can pursue. Yes, sir.
And you said, Frankie, that some of this would be potentially could be lower because the clock manufacturer is going to do the installation.
That is correct. When they did the proposal here and got it ready for the meeting, they were saying at that time that it was going to be them hooking up the clock. And when the gentleman who was nice enough to donate the clock to the town secured that clock for us, it already had included people from the factory coming on down and hooking that final hookup up.
So you'd be looking for this to say not to exceed 151,000.
Yes, sir.
Councilor King, you have any questions?
None.
Any other questions? Is there a motion? I'll make a motion to approve the resolution to not exceed 151,000 for the electrical work, not just for the Times Square clock, but it will be the ground work for
Site work.
potential. Okay. The site work for Times Square. The motion? Is there a
Second.
And reimbursable? Can apply for reimbursement?
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Yeah,
that
we're
goes-
already in talks with Title Basin on that. Yep.
We got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 4-0 with Counselor Vice Mayor Adderholt absent. That brings us, we already did B. This will bring us to C, Annual Communication Plan. Jenny?
Hello, Jenny Dexter, Public Information Officer for the town of Fort Myers Beach. And so a couple months ago, I came before you and we talked about some different ways that you want to see communication happening in the future. And so I put that in a plan, a draft plan still at this point, and you should have that in your packets. At the end here, I'll ask you if you have any questions about that or anything you want to add about that. I'm going to go quick because I know everybody's tired by this point. And so in between now and when I talked to you before, we've done a digital survey. And what was surprising about that survey to me is that most people who responded, like 86%, wanted to get their information by text and email. And their second preferred way was through social media, website, and email. We had about 272 responses, so take that with a grain of salt. We also did some individual meetings with stakeholders, and the condo association, John King was kind enough to connect me with that, and it turned out to be a very good discussion. Got a lot of input from them, and they were also very thrilled with a lot of the ways that we are communicating. Some of the other stakeholders said things like that you guys had brought up too about more videos, more to-do videos for permitting, and that kind of thing. So that's a real quick overview of that. I'm not going to go through the goals because you guys have them in your packet and you can let me know if you have any questions or comments. I'm not going through the objectives here. One thing I did want to focus on because it did come up in June was to have a policy for media interview requests. And so kind of the standard practice across the state is that, and people who have my same kind of job, is that all of those interview requests come through the PIO. And if I understand that town council members can do their own thing, obviously. And if you do that, the important thing would be to let me know because I do keep track of information, or I do keep track of interviews, and also it helps me to keep track better of the messages that we're putting out. I can do a formal policy, and I was going to have that on the September agendas for you all. And then some of the other things about the plan that are highlights is I really want to start doing a Facebook Live event, including all town councilors individually at different times. Kind of maybe a 5 things to know this week, and also on Truth Tuesdays or Fact Fridays, we would have an individual counselor do a Facebook Live, or we would do a video. And then a lot of the information that came, or a lot of the feedback that you guys gave me, and also that came up through our stakeholder groups, was some improvements to the emergency communications. And here are some things I just wanted to briefly touch on with you all. So right after a storm, especially, or right when an emergency situation is happening, I would like to do media availability time, so that not necessarily a press conference, but we come out with, it's similar to a press conference, but we would have town officials available immediately to answer questions, to give whatever information out we have at that moment. And then we would do those all regularly, twice a day, maybe, to start out at whatever makes sense for the emergency. So that would be one improvement. Another is that we have cultivated a relationship with WGCU on the campus of FGCU, because we have learned that they did not lose any power, any internet, any cell service, nothing after the storm. So that would be our go-to if we needed to, if we were down technology-wise all across the island. Also, during the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, there were several Florida public information officers that came to help. And I have built relationships with a handful of them, so I would specifically call on them. We got inundated with PIO support, quote unquote support, after the storm. And that became, frankly, more trouble than it was worth in a lot of cases. But we did build relationships with some awesome people.
Why is that? Why would you say that it was more trouble than it was worth?
Because there were 3 days after the storm, 8 PIOs descended upon me. And I was busy getting the information out and trying to get our system set back up. So there wasn't anything for that many people to do at all. But there are several that were extremely helpful individually, and I've got relationships with them, and we will call on them one by one. Instead of being able to do the work, I was having to manage all of them, and it just was not working correctly. So it did work great when FDNY came in, and there was one PIO from Louisiana who came, or she didn't come here, but she was remote 5 days after the storm. And so my computer had completely crashed. Like, I had no computer for about a week until FEMA stepped in and gave me one of theirs for the duration. But the lady from Louisiana was able to do a lot of stuff remotely. That was helpful. So.
Well, I'm just a little concerned that we're taking a position that they were more harmful than helpful. I mean, there was plenty of information that needed to get out, and it just was not getting out. So I would have thought that maybe we have an internal issue with not getting the right information out. I just want to make sure that we're not, I mean, slapping the hand that reached out to give us a hand.
Yeah. So, I mean, imagine if I'm the one totally responsible for the internet, or for social media, for the website. I'm the one totally responsible for all of that. And so when 8 people get descended upon me from emergency management agencies that I had no clue were coming, I didn't have enough technology my own self to be able to work. So for that many to come at once, it was just not helpful. And they were here with their emergency search and rescue people.
Mm-hmm.
They just descended. They weren't asked to. And so it was a problem. I'm not saying overall it was a problem to have folks here. It was great. We just need it in a measured way. And I know people now through the Florida Public Information Officers Association that can directly come and help us and have offered to. So individual people, not just being descended upon by people that weren't asked to come and, you know, really weren't helpful, didn't have computers. I mean, there was just no, the first couple of days, it was a lot. So it got straightened out, but it was a lot.
Which is kind of interesting because one thing we know from this experience of the storm is the help you get is not necessarily the help you need the most. But
No.
but you know, I mean, we have so much need that the idea that we could take, you know, there was a team of acupuncturists.
Right.
I don't know if that was, you know, how much of a priority that was where we were at the time, but I understand.
Yeah. You know, and I've said this to the Florida Public Information Officers Association, you know, and they knew it. They knew too many people had descended, and a lot of times they were just here to take pictures and joyride in the buggies. And
No, I
Yeah.
understand. I just want to make sure that we're not getting too far away. I mean, communication was our biggest breakdown after that storm by far. And nobody can argue that. And if we had the ability to get more information out to people through some of these PIOs, and I understand it was a lot that was descended upon you, and this is no reflection on what you did or did not do. This is just, it sounds to me like it wasn't managed very well. And in a time that we need to get information, I don't want to get away from saying, don't come and help us because we don't have anything for you to do. I don't want that to be the message that
that
people
isn't
are
the
hearing
message.
today.
No, the
I
message is
mean-
we just need it measured, and we need specific people that we already know to come here and help us.
And
when the
that's what
time
you're
comes.
working on. You're working on that relationships to make sure
Big
that
time. I already have them.
should we ever have to deal with this again, they know what they're doing before they get here. Okay.
Yes, that's totally it. And you know, I mean, I don't want to get in a tit for tat at all. I'm not sure anybody was paying attention to the stuff we were putting out because we were on Facebook, never failed us. And so we were on Facebook all the time with information. The website, we had trouble with the technology, but we got it up by October 6th and started putting messages out there. We were also handing out information to people who were still here on the beach. Like in the fire department was helping us. We were putting it at the food trucks that were here. And the information was about if you're still here on the island and you want to get off, here's the way to do it. If you need water, here's the place to go. If you need food, here's the place to go. I'm happy to show that flyer to anybody. Those were the messages we were putting out early on. I was on Facebook the day of the storm, putting out messages about sharing them from the Lee County Emergency Operations Center. And we were also saying, please don't come back to the beach until first we said Saturday, and then we said Monday, because, you know, we were still evaluating what was going on. So Facebook really never failed. I mean, I did have to go to the Red Sox Stadium and the administration building in downtown Fort Myers to get, to charge up my phone and to also get internet so that I could be using Facebook. But
Well,
we
and
were
I guess-
getting things out.
Yeah,
It just-
well, I'm not saying that we weren't. My point was with these 8 people that were in town, using their network of people through Facebook is another way to expand. Not everybody follows the town of Fort Myers Beach Facebook. So even though you're putting the information out, doesn't mean he's seeing it, she's seeing it, I'm seeing it somewhere from the Midwest or somewhere in New York. Whereas if New York's PIO is putting it out on theirs as well, we're just widening that net is all I'm trying to say. So I want to make sure that we're getting information out to the mass amount of people as possible should we ever have to go through this again.
Yeah, and so with WGCU and our connection there, they're connected to the Florida Radio Network or something like that, Jason. And so they would be sharing a lot of our information too and posting it out throughout Florida. So it's definitely a team effort.
Mhm.
It needs to be a coordinated team effort.
Fair enough.
So, and I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate the support. I know people's intentions were good. For the most part, I do think some people were here just to take pictures and joyride. But those people weeded themselves out. So. Also, Code Red is another way for the emergency information to get out. It was not underneath my department at the hurricane. It is now. We've put messages out since then. We've done a test message right before hurricane season. Got a lot of people wanting to sign up again, or new people to sign up, and people told us to take off if they were not here. So Code Red is now under me. We've used it. We're trained on it, and it will be functional next time we have an emergency. So
And is that send email and text messages out?
yeah, depending on what someone wants or how they want to receive it. Phone, text, or email. We have about 17,000 subscribers signed up on that. So
Is there a way to get Code Red alerts to the condo boards? I know some of the condos have their, their messaging boards. Is there a way that can link up to that? So if it goes through Code Red, it goes to their messaging board as well?
if they sign it up with a phone call, a text, or an email that goes to their messaging boards, then
Oh, it does do that
Yeah.
already. Okay.
Mayor, one thing we did in Surfside, especially during the collapse and hurricane related stuff and everything, was our code enforcement actually had contacted all the condos and just, they had worked through code enforcement with all the information, because there's so much other information that has to come out all year long that we share with condos, and we can work on some of those different arenas.
And one of the other things that we've learned through Hurricane Ian is when all technology fails, people can still get to one spot sometimes to get the information they need. So we've been talking about having one spot off island that we would put all the information up daily that we're doing, or that we're putting out, so that, then we could promote. If you don't have any technology, but you at least have your car, you can get to this location, and there will be somebody. We're hoping we can have somebody there from the town staff to answer questions. But also we would put information up on a board there. So we're back to the very basic boots on the ground kind of work sometimes, which is what we were with Hurricane Ian.
My recollection was there were two different groups of people. There were people on the island, on the island, and because of losing cars and whatever, they couldn't easily get off. And there were people that were off the island because the restrictions couldn't get on.
Yes. I mean, I feel like there's three different audiences with something like this. One is those people that stayed on the island and have no access to anything. The other are the people that evacuated in the greater Fort Myers area. So 96% of the greater Fort Myers area was without power too. So these info boards would help people who evacuated and still want to keep up on what's going on. Also, the people beyond, who went beyond Florida. So I really encourage people to have several ways to stay connected to us. And it's all on our Stay Connected page on our website. Lee County Emergency Operations, the sheriff, us. There's all kinds of ways to stay connected and have all kinds of information. And then I mentioned the handouts already. Any other questions or comments about that? Because I know it was a hot topic. Okay.
Nope, I think you got it.
Okay, so for me to be able to do everything that we're talking about in the communication plan, there are some needs. One thing I want to do is start out with an intern for social media support and other digital support. We're thinking about 10 hours a week, about $15 an hour, so it'd be about $600 a month. I also would like to contract with a digital company, or maybe the intern could be able to provide this. I need to see when we find the intern, to do how-to videos and do some expanded videos. A website refresh is going to cost us about $15,000, but we are due for it, obviously. I've mentioned this to Steve, but of course, and Frankie, but of course it's up to Steve and Frankie, basically. There's a permitting module that we can purchase for our Civic Plus that's just specific to Civic Plus. We did demo this right before the hurricane, and we're ready to purchase it on October 1st and get it implemented. And so we all know what happened there.
So what does it do?
I think, and I'm coming from a communications, not a technical aspect, it does everything we've been wanting it to do. Reports, it takes people's money. It organizes all the forms. In fact, they'll do 50 forms for us, our first 50 forms, and make them all standard and coordinated, and then it lays out better. Like the current website, the way we have permitting, it's just a normal web page. It's not, so we can't do everything we want to do on that normal web page. We need to have a module that's specific to permitting.
Now, does this work with iWork? Does it replace iWork?
It would replace iWork. So, I mean, you got to think about that it will cause, some angst until when we implement it. We got to be ready for that and get it straight. But I would love for Civic Plus to come here and do a demo of the module. So
Well, I think that would be very important to see. I mean, they're paying for something we haven't seen. And if it's, hearing from the people that have to deal with it every day,
yes,
both on our end
that's
and
exactly
the
important.
residents, they need to see it, touch it, understand it, to see if it's worth. No sense tipping the apple cart over until you know.
Right. We've demoed it twice, Steve and I have, but yeah, obviously the whole community development department would have to be workable for them.
I think it would be important to have one, staff understand it so that they can pick out the pros and cons. And then when it comes before council, be able to see what it does or can't do, we can have the pros and cons. And if it's something that the pros outweigh the cons, we can have that conversation. But staff has to understand what they're working with before we try to roll it out to the public and try to get all the bugs worked out. Or if it's not going to work at all, then it doesn't have to come to the public. But I think that's a pretty good approach.
Yeah. Well, I'm not one who wants to fail, so I would be leading the connect, or at least the relationship between Civic Plus and the permitting module, and would work my tail off to make sure that it works right. But there are a lot of people technically that have to make sure it works right for them.
So go back to the website refresh. What would that dollar amount? What does that entail? Didn't we just? If I'm not mistaken.
We did.
A
We
couple
just
years ago, we
launched it.
just
Yeah.
redid the website.
2 years ago in May of 2021. Yes. So it would change up colors if we wanted to. It would change up the way our pages look if that's what we wanted to. I was hearing some people saying that some of our the way our site looks maybe looks a little outdated already. So it would do that kind of stuff. It wouldn't. It would change up our site map. I mean, I can do a lot of that now, but
Is this something that would be more intuitive? Because I don't think our website is laid out very intuitively. You have to search for a lot of things.
I mean, there's going to be issues. I mean, the search thing is going to be hard no matter what. I think I'm not sure this would help with that, because I know people get frustrated with that. A lot of times we can't take the stuff off the website that's related to council meetings. So when you do a search, everything related to that word or whatever is coming up from the dawn of time from 2009. So I think when the site first was launched for the town, but.
So this $15,000 would not alleviate that problem. It would just essentially make it look prettier.
Exactly. That's what the refresh is.
I'd rather see the money go to fixing the problem than you've already said you can right now move icons around and make home buttons on certain pages. You can do that now.
Yes.
This would just change colors. And I don't think, at least in the conversations I've had with people, it hasn't been so much about a color thing. It's finding something that you want to find quickly through the search bar. And I think that this money would be better spent if it gets spent on something a module that could correct that issue versus changing the color of a sand dollar.
Well, we can extensively go through this search now and fix some of that stuff. And we have been. People are still not happy with it. So
well,
I get it. And the website is so visible. It's so out there. It has so much information. It's really hard to get anybody happy about how it looks or how it works, but we do our best and we will continue to. So I'm open to any suggestions. If somebody wants to sit down with me and go through the site one-on-one and say, we need this here, we need this here, we need this here, we need this off, whatever, I'm happy to do that. So at any time.
Is this something that we could use Jacob? I mean, Jacob's our IT guy. I'm not trying to
No,
drag him into something that maybe is outside
this
his.
is content management. It's not so much technology. So. And Eva Spachowski that works with me, she is currently gone for a few weeks, but this is going to be her thing. And she and I, when she gets back, we're going to sit down and talk about goals and timing and that kind of thing. So be patient with us. We're going to improve it, I promise.
What's the website app?
So this would be through Civic Plus. It would basically be the website on an app, but we can make the little icons pop up immediately for people to click on permitting or special events, and we can change it around constantly. The only thing with the app is that it doesn't work great with Android. It works better with iPhone. Yeah. I mean, it works when you can get to it. It works great. It's just very complicated to get to it from Android. So,
This is just is there a way through some of these potential things? Because obviously permitting is a very important issue, and it's going to be for the next couple of years. Is there a way to create an app specific to just permitting? So someone could go into their app, they could put in their permit number, be able to access all of that very quickly, versus having to go through the entire town's website. I don't know if that's a possibility.
like the icons would pop. You know how we have the sand dollars?
Yeah.
Like those would pop up, so we could make those anything we wanted. So one could pop up that goes to permitting immediately. So if it wasn't so difficult to get through Android, it would be a working app. But also, I will ask that question if we can just do the permitting module on an app.
I don't know if I'm particularly a fan of entering a project where we know it won't work for everybody.
Yeah, that's kind of why it's been on the back burner.
And is this only one app designer that we're talking to? I got to believe there's other
It's
people.
Civic. It would be Civic Plus's app, which is through our website manager. And then also we need some promotional items and a logo tent so that we can be out more at different places and be very visible. And I'd also like to do, and full disclosure, I've asked for this for 4 years. So I'm just going to throw it out there with the hope it sticks this time. Most of our demographics are 60 and over. And I feel like we're probably not reaching a lot of people that we could be if we had more of a friendly way that they get their information. They maybe aren't on social media. They're not going to sign up on the website for anything. So I would like to do a one-page info sheet regularly in the water bills. And if we did it 4 times a year, it would cost $12,000. But they do the whole thing. They do, I give them the document and then they print it and put it in the bills and stuff it and all that. So that's just something to throw
How many
out there.
bills are you looking at?
I think there's about 3,200 before the storm. So
That's how many actual paper bills went out.
mhm. Utility bills, water bills. Now, okay. So it'd be cheaper. A little cheaper
And this
now.
is specifically targeting people. You figure if they're getting a paper bill, then they're probably more likely to not be online and not be paying their bills online and that kind of thing.
Well, that's why I go back to the messaging boards, and I don't know, I haven't been in many of the condos lately, but I assume that as they're rebuilding, they're going to put newer technology into the lower areas. I've seen some that are very digitally controlled. Is it cheaper or easier to just put this information? I mean, anybody that enters the condos has to go past that board versus just putting it on a paper bill that those numbers I got to assume are going to start to dwindle. People are getting further and further away from paper billing and going directly to paying by their app or paying through the website. So I don't know if that's a possibility we could look into, putting these monies, trying to think ahead.
Yeah.
If we're going to use technology, how can we use messaging? Or how can we integrate with them directly to be able to upload that information once a month? And then they can have it scroll through pie night and coffee night or whatever, poker night, I don't know, whatever happens, but.
So you're
pool
talking
night.
about digital boards.
I want to move into
Digital,
your.
yeah, we just
Actual
take our
digital boards.
content and give it to their manager of the condos and they digitally upload it once a month. And then it has all the town information that's going on, calendars, things like that. It's something you could put on a thumb drive and upload very quickly. Just a
Have you seen
suggestion.
any of those here before the storm?
Yeah, before the storm, there were several condos that I were in that had the digital
They did.
scrolling board that would have information on what's going on.
Or others have video messaging boards.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Just,
Okay.
And
like
it can all be done from your
a
computer.
TV
It
screen.
can all be tied through your computer to do it, so you don't even have to drive out there and say, here's a thumb drive. Just something to look into.
Sure. Okay. Any questions, comments, or thoughts other than what we've already said?
I kind of have concerns about the bill inserts because honestly, I'm in that 60+ age group now, but for years I've always just thrown away my inserts without even really looking at them.
Yeah.
So, and it's not just utility bills, it's credit cards and things like
Yeah.
bank statements. It's a lot for a little.
Maybe once a year or twice a year. Okay. No more thoughts, comments?
Thanks for reaching out to the
Questions?
condo board.
Hey,
the
that was an
association.
awesome connection. They were really helpful.
They're an awesome
so,
group, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's nothing you need us to vote on?
No, that was
a
just like an
discussion?
informational, this is what I need if we,
Okay.
to do this. So we're gonna
Thank
have to
you for your
hash
work
it out
on it.
with Andy and Frank, I'm sure.
Thank you for your work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That brings us to the 2024 legislative priorities, a discussion of the 2024 legislative priorities. We had been given at the beginning here, the one in the packet is not, that was from last year's.
Correct.
The one we're talking about now, which we'll get, somehow we'll get it out there so people can see it, is the one that's in front of us. Has everyone had a chance to take a look at it? Have you guys, Frankie or Andy, either one of you want to?
Yeah, what we
Go
did,
through
we've been working with Chris and I think, it really, this thing leapfrogged off of what you did earlier this year, actually. So you're kind of doing two in less than a calendar year. But we felt like we needed to get these up to the state, get these to our legislators so we can start getting some push.
Well, the process is starting earlier this year.
Correct. It's correct. Everything's right. Everything's moved up earlier. So these were just some things that we wanted to, that we formulated, came up with as a staff, and we wanted to just put them before you, see if you keep it in there, take it out, add something else, so we can formalize this and get a blessing probably at our September meeting and get this up to Tallahassee.
Yeah, I mean, I know I've been involved in a lot of these discussions, but do we have any, with Tidal Basin, any kind of infrastructure needs that are going to be unmet from FEMA?
At the moment, we've got everything in that we perceived that has up to this point. There's a few questions on getting things moved around. Those have been addressed already with other avenues of funding, whether not so much here, but other resources that we have available as far as grants that are out there. So those things, as far as infrastructure goes, I think we're pretty well documented with FEMA.
And are some of these things, like for instance, town hall construction, have we gone in and adjusted our dollar amounts through the DEMI's portal for FDP for those $350 million appropriation requests?
Well, currently, we're only going to get, you're going to get so much from FEMA. You're going to get a matching allocation through the state. That's what we're hoping for. And that gets us about a good chunk of the way towards our end goal. On the backside of that, there's going to be another recourse to ask for funding to fill up that gap. And we're currently working on that right now. But as far as looking at both ends and what we need to do on the FEMA side and the state side, that's already been figured in, sir.
And in your discussions with discussions with staff and with Chris, these are the top four priorities we feel that when we go up to Tallahassee to ask for. Did I miss the fifth? Sorry, the fifth one.
Yeah, we put the canal maintenance on there only
Oh, I'm
because
glad to
we've
see
kind of been left standing out on our own. Nobody seems to step up to the plate and want to help us. And this is going to be a major issue, not that any of the other ones are any less, but moving forward, the state seemed to have kind of overlooking that part of us. We have so many canals that are just filled with potentially hazard debris, whether it be boats, cars, housing parks. And that's something that we really, really need to address.
Okay. One thing, just looking at the canal maintenance thing, I think it's important to mention that, and really emphasize that there's a water quality aspect to it since it's part of our stormwater system.
And that's being, as far as the outfalls, sir, that it will be addressed through FEMA and through some other state programs that we qualify for. But the outfalls only carry so much weight. They only do a small portion of it. And I believe they wanted to go down, usually they go down about 5.5 feet. To realistically get down to the hard packed layer, we need to get down to about 7.5 feet. And that's where you kind of lose everybody. It's a substantially more amount of funding that you would need to get to that level. So that's kind of why we're backing up some of this stuff in an appropriation.
And just one little edit I see here in number 4, it says the old bank building was purchased in the early years of incorporation. We rented that forever. It was actually purchased a few years ago. And something that I had a conversation with Andy about, either as part of the town hall construction or as a separate item, is a resilient hub, because the resilient hubs are a buzzword now. And, you know, the idea is with the town hall and New Bay Oaks that you make it so we all the things that we didn't have after the storm, hardy communications, a place to put vehicles that were above floods that are available immediately after the storm for services. You know, a place where we can hand out provisions, allow people refuge from the heat and the charge devices, all that kind of stuff. I think either including that in the description of the town hall or making it as a separate item it would be a considerable ask.
Yes, sir. It's been incorporated into our AE plan moving forward as far as how we wanted to pursue the new multifunctional municipal building. But that's already been included in the discussion that we wanted to make this a hardened structure, a resilient structure moving forward. So whether we put the language in there specifically as a resilient hub, if not, it was already been taken into consideration with the firms that we've met with. So they're well aware of the ideas and what we want to put forward with.
I agree with Councilor Veach. I think having the description in there of what exactly we're trying to do and why we're asking for the money, it's not just because we want a bigger, fancier building. It's to provide services to our residents should we ever have to go through this again. So I think it's crucial to have that information talking point so that when we do have to go up and talk to our legislative partners, they understand exactly what we're coming to ask for.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? I think the 5 that you have here are very thought out, and maybe we want to take a look at this number 5 as well and put a little bit more emphasis on that. That's going to be a big problem we're going to have to deal with going forward. So if we can figure out some constructive wording on that as well, it's to the benefit of as Councilor Veach said, it is a water quality issue. Water quality is very important to our tourists and our residents here, as well as everybody else in Southwest Florida. So I'll just maybe clean up a little bit of that language, and I think looks good to me.
Yeah, and I think 7 feet may sound great, but I think people would be pretty happy just getting something passable.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? And you don't need any vote on this?
Not right now, no, sir. Sounds like it's a general consensus, so we'll keep moving on that and get it back.
That brings us to final public comment. Anyone here? Barry, come on up.
Good afternoon, council members, attorney, town manager. Terry Prasad, 1028, 1046 Estero Boulevard. As you guys know, we've been trying to work out a settlement agreement with our differences between the town and some fines accrued on our property. In June 2023, previous town manager sent us a settlement agreement. In that settlement agreement, line 3.6 states, this settlement agreement shall not be construed against one party or the other. Both parties will agree that they participated equally in drafting and revision of this agreement provisions. Once we received that agreement from the attorney, we immediately contacted him with our concerns on a few items. We never got a response. We got a partial response on one, and I immediately came to council and requested that you look at the settlement agreement, that we had some issues that we needed to work out. We never got a response from council either. We continued to try to reach out to Mr. Heron with no success. It was brought to my attention after we started having discussions with the new town attorney that the settlement had been voided or refused by myself. At no point did myself or my town attorney refuse the settlement. We've been trying to work along with section 3.6 in creating an amicable settlement. And we forwarded the settlement offer that we had forwarded to Mr. Heron and to Ms. Voss and to all the council members. And I'll give Ms. Voss a hard copy. So at this point, we've done, even before putting forward the settlement offer, we had gone through and started working on all the items that was requested of us. And we're pretty much there, except for figuring out the amounts financially. So, I plead with you again that, we need to get this thing resolved. We're working on everything that we have, and we just need a response or communication with the town attorney so we can get to the finish point. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Is there anyone else that would like to speak during public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Town managers items.
Thank you, Mayor, absent Vice Mayor, and Council. We've got a few things to discuss, just to go over real quick. Don't want to take up too much more time, but the top of the list is the Bayside Park. Frankie, you want to just update on where we are there? We're actually in the position, putting it back the way it was. So everything's going back. We've replaced the palm trees with non-coconut palms. So that's one thing that did change, but it's still palm trees. We should have the turf, I believe, installed this week. Next week. Okay. So that should pretty well wrap everything up. Anything we need to add about that? Okay. Thank you to Jason and Frankie for working diligently on that. I'll bring up Jeff now. He's got an update for the Little League field, and we're going to update the Bay Oaks Rec Center. So we'll kind of kill both birds with one stone. So just an update on the Little League field, please.
Yeah, Jeff Hauge, Cultural Parks and Rec Director, Town of Fort Myers Beach. Just an update on the Little League field. It is currently being worked on. We had some generous donations and time through ICS materials. Jason Clark and his crew came down to grade it off and level it off. Right now it is handed over to, and irrigation went in. It's now handed over to MLB and Scott's to do their work. So they are, I just got a picture sent to me. They have the cutout of the infield in. So the circle where the home plate is, they got the baselines kind of cut out so they can put the material down, the infield dirt down. So they're really moving on it. Wednesday, we will get the turf and the grass will be installed. And then fencing, fingers crossed, we'll get it done by the end of the week. If not, they'll work through the weekend. So everything's coming to place. We do have the grand opening, or the grand reopening of the ballpark Monday night, August 28th, from 4 to 6:30. The ceremony is going to start at 5. There's a kids clinic at about 5:15. So all the kids can come down and play on the field and have it ready. The only thing we're kind of waiting on is field related is ballpark lights. ICS did remove the lights, which was great. So we got those removed at least, so we don't have to tear up the field when, after it gets put in. So we're waiting on some quotes for stadium lights, but we're working. I believe we have 2 companies right now that are in the running for it. And we'll go from there. And then we'll have to work on, the press box or the concession building, the restrooms and those things. And then Bay Oaks, we got the okay to start the project. We are running into a few issues with the switch gear, which powers the building, but we're working with a couple companies to see if we can expedite that. And then also we have one company that will come in and hook up the building to generators if that's what it takes to get the project going. So hopefully in the next few days to a week, we can get going on it and demoing it and have it ready for us.
Where are things with the pool?
The pool, we drained it again. It had some rainwater in there. So we drained it. We have a few companies actually looking at it. It's a big bid process. We also have companies that are here to or have gone through for the electrical. There's a couple different components, a couple different transformers that feed the pool. So we're still working on it. We're trying to find probably not going to be a quick solution, but a quicker solution to try to get that open. We definitely want it to get open. We've reached out to a couple companies to even offer services in hotel pools, water aerobics, that kind of thing, but we haven't had any luck yet. So we are trying to still have the avenue of getting our services out and helping the residents, but that's kind of where we're at with the pool. It's coming along. We're still working on it. We're doing our due diligence. It's just a slow process.
So with the pool, I mean, this is, as if we're repairing things, is this still being covered by FEMA?
Yes.
But if we want to do something different, then we have to find a different.
Correct.
funding
There are
path.
certain upgrades you can make through FEMA as well, just because they don't make some of the safety related, or they don't make the parts anymore. So there are some upgrades we could make, and then kind of go from there. But yeah.
But the pool is structurally sound. It's more of these things like transformers and pumps and.
Yeah, we had a structural engineer come out and they said the pools are good. They might just need a resurfacing again, which we did a couple years ago. I guess pools in general need to be resurfaced every 5 to 10 years. So that's kind of par for the course, especially after a hurricane. But yeah, the pool hasn't popped up. There isn't any major cracking. The only thing we don't know really is the piping underneath, but we're working on getting that evaluated as well.
Going back to the ball fields, parents can be assured that we've done our due diligence in mitigating the soil of that from the hazardous debris that had been on there, correct?
Yes, we went down about 6 to 8 inches, depending on the elevation. Took off 6 to 8 inches of it. The Little League ball field is probably in a better shape than the other one would be, since it was a horticultural site. So what was on that, I mean, there was the hurricane debris that came through on it, but it wasn't the mounds and mounds of the actual debris. It was more horticultural. So we had landscaping material, tree roots, those kind of things that were on there. But we did go down 6 to 8 inches. The ICS, the company that did it for us, even ran up to Jacksonville to get a more fine screener. So when they ran it through the machine, they would catch every little piece of debris. And then the last 2 inches, so they sifted it, put it back in. The last 2 inches of it was fill from a different place. So not even repurposed. It was fill from a different place. So 2 inches will go on top of that, or did, and then the sod will go on top of that. So yes, we really made our due diligence on getting that done and making sure it's a safe place for those kids to play.
Thanks, Jeff.
Any other question?
No, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. The next thing is our timing on our town hall trailer and relocation.
So the timing on the trailers, we just finished doing the CAD design about 2 weeks ago. We're in process now of getting scheduling, and the trailers are being built currently. We're getting the funding proposal back from the vendor. They've worked with us tremendously so far. We've made a few changes, modifications as far as the ventilation system goes and the window goes, the windows in the trailer. Not that held anything up. It's just waiting to get that, the updated pricing. Staff is already to handle it and turn it around and get it back to the vendor. Now that it's going to hold up anything. We're looking for a 10-1 date, and it's going to be on the old ball field in Bay Oaks. That's where we're currently going to be moving our site. It'll be in a campus formation. We'll have a quad size trailer, basically 36 feet long. And I think each unit about 48 feet wide. They'll hold council chambers. And then we'll also be able to house all of our admin offices and other offices that we have distributed throughout the current site. They'll all be in one location to be, lack of a better term, a one-stop shop for any citizen to come in and deal with their water bills, parking, anything like that will be all cured there. So we're on time, on target to move it there by 10/1.
And I guess you've had discussions with the school board, and we're not getting in the way of the rebuilding of the school or whatever they're doing.
No, sir. No, sir. We're right on the other end of that property, over by the Little League field almost. And so, it's not going to impede on any future plans that we might have to any other construction in that area.
And how does it cost, just so for the public consumption, the cost comparison to what we have now?
So the trailers that we currently have now were provided by the state. We started paying rent on those as of July. And if we were to stay in the current trailers for the extended period of time, it would cost us almost double what it's going to cost to move into a brand new facility on our own and move it over to our different property. So like I said, the vendor was really, really willing to work with us because of our situation and, to do the right thing and help out. So the cost was cut down. We also were able to use a lot of the insurance funds that we incurred from the old town hall and to live within a budget, set a budget, live in the budget. And hopefully it's our home for 3 to 4 years.
And is there, the placement of these trailers over there, is that going to impede at all on any potential future development there of?
No,
Bay
sir.
Oaks
The way we
facilities?
laid it out, we had the site planner come through for the trailer company. We spent the whole afternoon out there together mapping everything out. It's not going to, in the least, get in the way.
All right, thank you.
Next, excuse me, next thing is the Trust for Public Land. We've been working with them to identify properties. They reached out to us, I guess it's been about 2.5 weeks ago. They'd had a couple of conversations, but apparently the property owners are not willing to sell at this point. So we continue to work with them. I don't know if you've had conversations in the last week with them, but we have got to follow up with them now that we've kind of refocused a little bit from those and see exactly what direction they're going as they reach out. We're looking at, properties that are already listed either on Zillow or some MLS listing, and they're just making some calls for us at this time.
Andy, I thought there was a while ago, there were like 3 properties identified that people wanted to.
There were, I understand they've contacted them and that have been told that they're not ready to sell now. So that's where we stand. Also, 2 more things. I'll let Frankie talk about the parking fees and that type of thing in our structure. But yesterday, Frank and I have been talking a lot lately, and staff too, about code enforcement and how we we need to approach things in a really a kinder and gentler way, obviously. But we do have a lot of debris still left on properties. We have grass growing. We have some homes that are off the foundations that need to be removed. So yesterday, Frank and I spent about 4 hours riding around the entire town, every street, taking some pictures and some mental notes and making notes about the location. So we're going to start sending out a letter asking people to start conforming, to reach out to town hall, to get direction, to apply for demo permits and that type of thing. Because we just want to, obviously there's piles of material and we've got a plan to help beautify and start picking up some of the material that's just these smaller piles around town that look like somebody should have already picked them up, but leaving them to the town to do. And so we're going to work on that to just hopefully before the next event, which hopefully is years away, but obviously with what we see in the Atlantic Basin now, we need to have a little more due diligence on what we do. And there's some. I noticed one pool yesterday that somebody had just completely filled it in with dirt. And of course you can't do that. You have to break the concrete up and then usually take it out. But, just something, we're just going to approach codes in a little different light and send a letter out and put it out on, Facebook and everywhere else. Just, hey, you might be getting a letter like this, and just contact us and contact the town and work through us to get this accomplished. Parking.
Yeah, so parking has become not a hot topic. I guess it was a topic before we got here, but we're doing a different approach. So we've evaluated the system that we currently have and find out that a lot of times it's not working to the customer's benefit or our benefit. And we find ourselves in kind of a precarious position sometimes. So to alleviate that, we've done a twofold thing. We've looked at how it is handled internally, and we are addressing that with not only a little customer service educating as far as how we need to deal with the public and how we should be dealing with the public, and also for a fining or a fee standpoint of how we work with people. Our system is predicated on somebody going on the app, paying for the time allotted, and once that time is getting close to expiring, they usually get about a 10-minute before that happens, a little notice on their app saying, hey, you might want to add a little bit more money to the meter if you're planning to stay here. A lot of people don't refresh their phones. A lot of people don't follow the instructions fully on the app to get that notice. And so therein lies part of the problem. We're going to reach out with a communication and also a way through media and whatnot. Hey, if you're going to go to any of our locations, these are the steps to follow. Even if we have to sign or start putting up signboards, a small little poster in those areas that would let people know, hey, you have to go through step A, B, and C in order to get that refresh, so we don't run into these problems. Once those people are ticketed, we have no way of knowing internally that time has expired on those meters until after the fact. When those people call in, and if they call in a condensed period of time, staff has been more than willing to take those fees away and let those tickets go. It's the times when they call up hours or days later or are belligerent to staff that they're less reluctant to deal with them. So there's a little bit of both training on the public on how to use the app and on staff on how to move forward. And both of those are currently taking place.
So are you looking at changing the app, the supplier for the parkings, or just trying to just strictly at
At this current time, no, sir. That was not in discussion. Unfortunately, the app that we're currently using, we cannot add. We were just brainstorming one day and seeing if we could add time to it built in inherently into the system. So if you pulled up into one of our beach accesses and you wanted to use the parking app, there would already be 10 minutes built in, but there was no way to functionally do that. So
for like a grace period.
For like a grace period. Not that the customer needs to know that, but internally we could know that it was there, and it would help alleviate things, we thought. But finding out now that the software is just not adaptable to that. We'll be reaching out or looking for new software. We're always looking. We're always looking for that better solution.
And just since we're talking parking, this is something that was on my list with your permission, Mayor, is the idea of if we could find a way to incorporate like a parking validation or a voucher program. So when people are on the island, they go to a restaurant, they go to a shop, that they could get either a discount on the parking or a future credit towards parking, or some way that instead of lowering our parking rates for everybody and getting the budgetary hit, we're essentially just giving a discount on parking for people who are utilizing the restaurants and the shops.
I think I understand what you're saying. I just don't know how administratively you could put that into, I mean, I don't know how that would work. I don't know if there's a way you could put a code in that's given to you by a retailer to.
The same thing, and that's one of the reasons I'm going to bring it up is it'll probably take some staff time to investigate what could be done with our current application. If they maybe already have something in place that we could then model something around, or if we really want something to find it, if we're shopping for a different vendor, then to look for that as one of the things that the vendor would have.
Yeah, watching that magistrate hearing last week, it seemed like the most people were upset were over the administrative fees that were attached to the fine itself. I don't know how those get calculated or where that $175 came from, but to me, that seems a little excessive for a $77 ticket. I think people understand the $77 ticket itself. It's half of what you would pay in other municipalities around here, but it's the administration fee. If for some reason you can't be there or I've lost a ticket before in this town and had to pay an exorbitant amount to get it cleared. So I understand the frustration, but how do we calculate those fees?
Those are typically on the fee schedule. I'll have to go look. We're going to bring that up in our September meeting as we go through so you can review the fees and see if you want to lower, reduce, increase, move them, stop, that type of thing. Another thing, I know, I go to my kids, they're grown, but they have apps for every restaurant, every fast food restaurant, everything they go to. And when they go in, they scan this QR code and they get these points. They get these points it's not a new technology. It's just one we've not caught up to. And there might be some method to that type of QR code where each store has the QR code and they scan the phone and then they get a discount on a future parking, maybe not reduce that, or because you usually pay ahead of time. It's hard to reimburse. So it'd have to be there. Obviously there's technology out there. Other places I've been, the city of St. Augustine has the tickets, but that's got to be a controlled parking lot where the arm comes up, you get a ticket. You can't do it on street parking, but you could in a parking lot or a parking garage. And you go in the store and you get it validated. When you pay at the restaurant, you can pay for your parking in the restaurant. There would just have to be some technology that is generated. It's just going to take a little bit of work, but obviously technology's out there. We just have to delve into it more and come up with what would best work here if there is a solution.
Have we replaced, I know the signs before said 2-hour limit. Have we replaced those signs yet? I'm wondering if that's adding to some of the confusion, because if someone pulls up, sees that they can only pay $10 for the 2 hours when they maybe want to stay all day.
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge, all that's been replaced. That was temporary, or not temporary, that was done, I think, in the downtown area at one time. That's all been removed, sir.
Okay. Anything else, Andy? Town attorney items.
Okay, I need to request a shade session at the September 11th, 2023 meeting, having to do with James J. Jameson versus Town of Fort Myers Beach, case number 17CA 000198 in the 20th Judicial Circuit for Lee County, Florida.
What was the
Is
date
that
again? I'm sorry, I missed it.
September 11th.
September
It's
11th.
September 11th. It's the next regular meeting.
So this would be before the budget meeting?
It would need to be after a budget meeting. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
The budget meeting is
This, I
5,
believe, aren't you having a morning meeting
We
and
have a
then an
council
evening?
meeting in the morning and then the
Oh,
budget
it would
meeting
be
at
in the
5.
morning. How about after?
So we're so we're going to have our council meeting, a shade meeting, and the budget meeting all in the same day. I thought the budget meeting was on Thursday. Am I mistaken? They're all on the 11th and the 20.
The 11th and the 25th, there's a 9 a.m. regular meeting both days and a 5:01 p.m. budget
Both days.
hearings both
So
days.
we will add the 11th.
And now after the 9 a.m. meeting on the 11th, this shade session.
Okay.
Now, I know that when you do the shade meetings, you need to have a court reporter and the attorneys.
Yeah, I've thought about that again, since you just asked that. Unless we could have a time certain. Do you ever do time certains here? And
Certainly.
if
It
you
certainly
don't,
depends.
okay.
Well, if we did it
Okay,
if
all
we did
right.
it
Well,
before,
if
though,
it's
then-
okay, let's just do it before, because then the court reporter won't have to sit around and the attorneys won't have to sit around.
You're saying before the 9 o'clock meeting? Or-
Yes,
or
how
before the
early
5
can we,
o'clock?
no. We can't mess with the 5 o'clock because that's the
Right.
tax
No.
meeting. It's got to start on time. How early could we start? In 8:30, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's what
Okay.
we've done it before, right? We moved the regular meeting back by an hour.
And I'm fine with that. If that's what we want to do.
Okay, why don't we do that? We'll have the shade meeting at 9 o'clock,
And then the regular meeting. at
regular
10.
meeting at 10.
Okay.
Okay, And the other thing, I need a volunteer or someone you want to appoint. In the case of Fort Myers Beach versus Key Estero Shops, there is a court-ordered Zoom mediation that's going to start at 2 o'clock on September 12th, which is the day after. That's a Tuesday. So I need to have a representative of the town. Usually it's an elected official. It could be a city employee, but somebody that y'all designate to be at the meeting.
That is at what time on the
It
12th?
starts at 2 o'clock and it's by Zoom.
I've got a TDC meeting at 9, but I could do it if nobody else can fit it in their schedule.
Well, I was gonna say, Jim's not here to defend himself.
Jim could do it, our vice mayor.
Well, it's encouraging because it starts at 2. It probably won't go past 5.
Yeah, I mean, I can do it if nobody else wants to do it. Any objection to that? Guess
No,
I'm
that'd
good.
be fine.
Will you send me the information, Becky?
Of course.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Now, is that the only shade meeting that there's not multiple,
No, it's one.
one, all right.
Well, let's talk about, Mr. Prasad was up here earlier. Where are we at with that? I know we had a shade meeting. We had made it an offer. He says he did not reject that offer, but maybe we've just received what I'm assuming is a counter offer to that via email.
Okay, well, we can't have another shade meeting on that because there is no existing lawsuit because the federal court case has been dismissed, or at least I was told by Mr. Prasad's attorney that the lawsuit was dismissed. So we cannot have a shade meeting on that.
So how do we proceed, I guess, with, if we've made an offer, he hasn't officially, I guess, he's claiming that he has not rejected that offer, but made a counter offer to that offer. But you're saying that lawsuit has been dismissed from
The
their end?
lawsuit has been dismissed. There are, I guess it is contested exactly the amount of the liens that are on the property now, but there are very significant liens on properties that are outstanding now. There is no existing lawsuit. The only other possible lawsuit that I can think of with regard to that would be if you were to authorize a foreclosure and then that could be settled. Or you could settle the liens, however y'all would want to proceed with this.
So since we can't have a shade meeting on what he had sent us via email, is it something we should add to an agenda item to have discussions about, to
You could.
come to a consensus of the next step so that we can all move forward with this? This has been going on a long time.
That is a possibility, yes.
And, I think probably to expand that, I wouldn't mind just revisiting our list of liens again that we did in the previous council, because now a lot of time has gone by and the situation has changed.
I think let's get it added to an agenda item at an upcoming meeting so that we can have all the information that Councilor Veach was just referring to, lay it all out there. This is what it is. Can we talk about what we talked about in the shade meeting at that, or not talk about what the offer was and what the counter offer? I mean, it was
Well,
emailed, so
It's public knowledge. now.
It's public record now.
Okay. I think that's the best course. That way all 5 of us can be here to have the discussion.
I think it's
and
good
give you
to
direction
have
on which way
everyone
to go.
here.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
Anybody have any objection to that?
Yeah, with the Key Estero mediation, is that just on liens, or is there an active lawsuit with that?
Yes, there is an active lawsuit on that. And I'm not asking for a shade session on that at this point because this one, it's kind of unusual for a court on its own volition to actually schedule a mediation, but that's what we received it. Maybe at some point it was requested by John Heron. I don't know. Let me step back for a second. All lawsuits in Florida have to go through a mediation before you go to a trial, but usually the judge doesn't set it up like this one was set up. So I wouldn't want to have a shade session until we did this.
Okay.
So can we try to set this up as early as possible? I think our next meeting is September 11th, so that we don't drag this out for another 2-3 months.
You can do it whenever you want, sure.
I think if we just, I don't know how long it's going to take staff to get all the liens and fines together.
And I can't answer that.
And it was a little bit complicated because there were fines, and the fines hadn't turned into liens yet. There are liens that have been accrued, and there's liens that have been filed, and there were different steps in it.
Well, okay, it all kind of comes out in the wash, because even when you file a lien, if there are running fines, then those continue to run.
They continue to accrue, right?
Correct.
Yes.
They never stop. Well, they do stop, but I mean, not until judgment is passed.
Would staff have enough time to get all that information by the 11th, or would the 25th give you enough time to?
The 11th would be fine, sir.
Okay, so we'll get it added to the agenda on the 11th.
Yes.
Anything else for the town attorney?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's
Oh,
it.
I was asking if the council members had any other
Oh.
questions for you. Okay, council members, items and reports. Start with you, Councilor Beach.
I have one little thing that I thought would be, maybe, I don't know if logistically the town's in shape, but the town used to stock narrowband amber light bulbs and then sell them at cost. And I think it was a service, particularly now that a lot of people are exposed, that we could maybe consider doing again.
I'm not opposed to it, just a matter of storage.
Yeah, I don't know.
capacity.
Let's say logistically, if you have a place to put them in an office, it was just Donna who I think it was selling them. Another thing that kind of came up with the resilient lien meeting, I was talking to someone from the county, and they were saying, and I did ask the attorney to try to do a deep dive, as she likes to say on this, is that she was saying that the idea of workforce housing, where you have a housing where you give people priority who have jobs on the island, is not something that's allowed under the Fair Housing Act. And so I'm not quite sure about the details. I know there's other people who do that, and private landlords do credit checks. There's lots of things that happen there. But I just wonder if the council is amenable to, if we can't do workforce housing, to try to do a project which is affordable family housing. We can do, according to this person from the county, we can do housing where the priority goes towards families, people with children. So if that's something that hits right to the whole school attendance thing. So if council is amenable to just considering with that argument, then I'll continue to proffer it to the Resilient League group.
Well, how does that tie into the action plan that they have to have submitted by the end of the month? Is that a decision that is paramount on that action plan?
Well, the action plan looks as if they have these categories, and everything will be applied for after, I guess, the acceptance of the action plan. But I think like tomorrow is a housing branch committee that I'm going to go to. So, and I will speak as as public comment on that. But I just want to make sure I have the council that's thinking that's a good idea to at least make sure we're in the conversation.
Well, I think it's important. We're always in the conversation when it comes to affordable housing, but I mean, it's pretty broad without knowing specific details, but I wouldn't want to be excluded from that conversation, if that makes sense.
Well, I know previously talking that the council was supportive of workforce housing, but not really of just a generic affordable housing project. And as a generic fan of affordable housing project, also we have a problem with price, in space. But the idea of doing specifically a family based affordable housing project would mean there'd be room for children, and then you'd give priority to people with children, and it would be close to the school and close to Bay Oaks.
So I guess what are you trying to, I'm trying to figure out what your meeting tomorrow is going to be about. Is it about to just stay in the conversations, or is it to try to identify properties? Is it trying to, what does it entail?
I can let you know after the meeting. But the branch meetings, they go through and they talk about different priorities. You're usually talking about specific projects, so coming up with numbers, but usually areas in general projects. So,
You know, I can't speak for everybody here, but I think we understand that there's an affordable housing issue in all of Lee County and all of the state for that matter. Maybe it doesn't work on the island. Maybe it does. We don't know. It's too far. But I think at least I'd be in support of somewhere in Lee County that we have some sort of affordable housing concept to be able to address the issues, whether it's on the island or not. I don't know if that's feasible. We're too far down the road on that. But
well, you know, there's a lot of money, and if we do everything based on price, then pretty much not much money is going to come through to Fort Myers Beach. And this is also a project that the reason to have workforce housing on the beach is because with workforce housing, proximity matters, right? You've got to live where you work. The idea of if you have affordable family housing specifically, then if it's on the island, then those kids are going to go to our school if they're the right age, right? If it's somewhere else in Lee County, it's not going to have any positive effect on our enrollment at all.
well, I guess without knowing what your conversation is going to be about tomorrow, it's kind of hard to give you directions from council as to.
Well, if council does not like the idea of housing that is not tied to workforce, then it's not something we'd accept in the town, then it's not worth putting too much of an effort.
So you're actually asking us right now if we believe in workforce housing or we don't believe in workforce housing on the island?
No, I'm saying that workforce housing may not be possible, but affordable housing for families, is that something that council, is it an objective that it's worth going after for the town?
I've always been a fan of affordable housing of some sort. If it can work on the island, sure. I mean, the people that, as you said, work here could bring their kids to school here. But we're not a landowner that can put that into motion at this point. So I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I personally support any kind of affordable housing project. If it can work on the island, great. If it can't, then it has to work somewhere else in Lee County. But we definitely have to address it. Councilor King, anything?
I'm always willing to listen to anything. It's just the details that I want to know more information on, and it doesn't sound like we have any.
Councilor Woodson, anything to Councilor Beach's?
I mean, I always go on the island. I would first go for workforce housing than I would for affordable housing. But you said there's a loophole or there's something that's not being addressed or can't be addressed there.
They said that requiring the type of work you have violates the Fair Housing Act.
You wonder if in an upcoming MMP meeting, if it would make sense to get someone that actually is in this space
Right.
that
Yeah.
can educate us on the differences between workforce housing, affordable housing, how it could potentially work, or how there's no way it could work on Fort Myers Beach, despite whatever funding that could be available. I think hearing from someone that does it, lives it, and breathes it every single day might be beneficial for all of us. Speaking for myself, I know it'd be beneficial for me to hear from them to tell us we're out of line thinking it's going to ever happen on the beach, and this is why, or it could potentially happen, but here's the only couple spaces it could happen. I think hearing that would maybe open up some eyes and maybe get some people thinking on directions that we could go.
Yeah, and I understand, it's a little vague, but one thing we don't have is any money for coming up with private developers will hire some architect to come up with a conceptual drawing. We don't have that for coming up with something that we can present. But I think that, my feeling is unless we ask persistently and loudly, that it won't happen for the island. But I agree. If there's someone we can get to come talk us through this, I'm for that.
Okay.
Yeah, because the next M&P is still September 7th. Is that right? First, no.
No, there's no.
We currently don't have a September MMP scheduled.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
Council Woodson?
I just had one question, I guess for our town manager. Is there any more information or discussion on the land swap with the fire department?
We haven't discussed it further yet, but I do know that have been waiting on our last appraisal. And actually just talking to Frankie about it on a sidebar here to get that. But we're getting our lot prepared for whatever needs to happen. Moving the trailers off of the fire department's lot is something that, needs to be done. So that's happening. So we just need to get that appraisal and then get it back in front of you guys and see what the pleasure of the council is.
So, I mean, one of the big motivators for doing that was so we wouldn't have to move stuff off of the fire department lot, right?
I don't know. I wasn't here when it first started being discussed. So
That was part of it. It was actually just a thought of, it makes sense for both of us, and to their plan, as they've said all along, is to sell whatever property it is that they have to downsize a little bit. So we looked at it as an opportunity to be able to potentially swap properties. It would make sense for us to have something that's adjacent to Bay Oaks, whether it be town hall gets built there, whatever it could be used for going forward. It just made sense to have that closer. They were open to the discussion. We went through, got property appraisals for both. Then our property appraiser switched and did a property appraisal for both of the other person's property. And now I think it's just a matter of fine tuning a couple of things in each one of those so that we can have the discussion with the fire district to see if there's something that they want to move forward. Both of the properties, if I'm not mistaken, frankly, are almost identical in size and almost identical in value. I mean, we're talking $100,000, maybe $200,000 difference one way or the other. So, I mean, it's very close. It's just a matter of figuring out highest and best use, what the value is for both of those, and obviously what the zoning would be for both of them. So I think those are the details that you guys are working through now, but hopefully we can get that to come forward sooner than later, so if we can stay working with the fire district and try to get that taken care of.
But, the reason why I was saying is because, our sense of urgency was where are we going to put, to move the trailers off the property. With the fire department, maybe their sense of urgency, they want to be able to just continue with whatever their eventual process is, right? They're going to sell it, to put it up and sell it. And
Yeah, I think our lease agreement through them was until November. So that's what the initial conversation was, because they were still working on what their plans were, they were going to be able to do with their other fire stations and things off island. And there was a lot of things that they were working on. But for us, it was to try to fulfill our agreement to try to be done by November. So if this happens, then it takes a little pressure maybe off of Frankie and staff to get us across over to Bay Oaks, but it sounds like they've got that moving forward. So we're just trying to keep everything moving at one time so that we weren't caught in a box where the town of Fort Myers Beach was homeless.
Well, I just think it makes so much sense to have the Bay Oaks facility and then have ours and almost have like a community center or a government center, if you will, as we move forward in all the planning. So, I mean, I would love to see us be able to do that, but I was just curious if we had any more conversations.
yeah, and I still have hope that with the resilient lien money that we could, buy that other property and have the whole thing.
Well, it would certainly open up a lot of options, and PTL, maybe that's something they can look at through them. If you have a willing seller and a willing buyer and the numbers and cents add up. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities there, but we just got to get that first wheel of the cog, if you will, moving forward.
It's TPL, not PTL.
What did I say?
You said PTL.
Isn't it
There you
Public Land Trust? We knew what you meant.
Did you not get a hat?
I've got so many FEMA acronyms in my head, I can't even keep them all straight. I can't. There's a lot of letters. Anything else, Councilor Woodson?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Councilor King?
I'd like council's permission not to attend the presentation number 19 after adjournment. I'll call that Hey 19.
Say
It's
what?
it's on the agenda. There's a
Oh.
number 19
Yeah,
is
I
a
saw it.
presentation after adjournment. I'd just like to be
There's a-
excused from that.
A typo.
Last week I had a meeting with some folks from the Estero Island Beach Club, and a concern was raised there that it seems like we just need to have a clarification of what a view corridor is. Maybe give staff direction on that, not unlike what we did for FAR, because staff has one take on what a view corridor is from, I believe it was presented to me as from the ground to the sky, and others have a different idea. So if we could give some guidance on that, I think that would help this group with their building going forward.
Yeah, I think I don't know if anybody else, apparently you must have met with them as well by bringing that up. I also had a meeting with them. In their presentation, it's very rough, but essentially, if I'm not mistaken, what they're proposing to do would be able to build back the exact same density within the height. They wouldn't ask for any variances. They wouldn't ask for any height, any more density. So everything would be the same with this hiccup, I think, that you were talking about, John, with the definition of what a view corridor is. Is it ground to sky? Is it the whole lower level of the structure, parking area under, that's open with no walls, no breakaway walls, no nothing? Does that constitute enough? It sounded to me, and I have not had a chance to speak with Jason or Sarah on this, but evidently it sounds like there's an interpretation issue there that could go one way or the other. And I think trying to figure out what's the will of the council. What do we consider to give staff direction? Is it ground to ceiling, or is the elevated parking garage, not garage, I shouldn't say garage, but the parking area underneath the first floor, is that sufficient enough to be considered a view corridor?
Yeah, and I would think now, especially with everything having to go up, it could be an either or. If you've got an open parking area that you see through, or it is an area on the sidelines from ground to sky. I mean, it's an either or type thing and not one or the other. And that's the way I would look at it.
Yeah, I looked at this and I must have asked probably 6 times. So you wouldn't ask for any more density. You're not asking for any more height. You're not asking for a side setback. And the answer was always no, no, no. So this is, I think, one of those examples that could potentially be what we've been discussing. Things can fit within that box if there's small little tweaks that need to be made with an interpretation of what is a view corridor. Is it ground to ceiling? Is it all the way underneath? And I kind of tend to lean the same that you're talking about, Councilor Woodson, that it's going to be open, and it sounds like they're going to go to the max height that they have to go to anyway, and not putting up lattice or blocking off that view. Is that enough of a view corridor from what was there before?
Which was no view corridor.
Very, very little.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of raises another issue about the whole view corridor thing. Now, of course, we have great view corridors, but we also have,
There's nothing there.
we also have, like 40% turtle nest disorientations. So the more open you are, it means the more light you can get to the beach. And that what it would mean is that if you have, great view corridors and they are truly open, that means that people who are further away from the beach are not going to have to be conforming to the turtle lighting standards.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I'm not an engineer. I'm not going to argue that, but I know that whatever they design would have to go through the with Chad and figure out what can. Oh, Jason's here. We could have asked Jason. Jason, can you come up real quick? I thought you were already gone.
That's what happens when they hide behind the pole back there. Nobody's
trying to hide.
Yeah, everybody has to sit in the front row from now on.
You are
please.
now the official expert as of today. So what is it that we're trying to articulate here code-wise?
All right. So the discussion is important because there's a interpretation, I guess, component to that. They were advised at submitting, asking for that interpretation, then they could appeal it to you for a formal review. That's the process by the code of what you could do. And then they basically could appeal the decision by the director, and then it comes to you and you can make an interpretation. Just so you know, because I don't want you to go too far down the road, that's not the only issue they have. So they are not ready to build once you resolve that question. There's a number of other concerns and issues with the site and the proposed design that we've let their attorney know last week. And so, yes, it's an important issue to resolve, but it's not going to make something happen tomorrow. I just want to make sure that you guys understand that. So there's a lot more for them to do. And there's a lot of issues that we have to deal with separate from this. So doesn't put aside the fact that this is an important issue to discuss, but I just want you to, I don't want you guys expecting they're tomorrow ready to go once you make this
I
decision.
don't think anybody had that expectation.
Well, they do, I think somewhat. They think that this is the only thing that's holding them up, and it won't be. So we're trying to let them know other issues that they didn't ask about that we're
Okay.
seeing, so that they're not of the expectation that they're going to turn around tomorrow and submit applications and go, because there's a lot on the site that's an issue.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're working with them to work through any potential hiccups they might come across.
Including the roadway, honestly. So as an example, we've asked, invest in a survey, get clarification. If the aerials are correct and line up with the lot lines, the the public road may be on their property. And you can't move it. There's nowhere to move it. So there's things like that that aren't necessarily just their issue. It's all of our issues at this point. So we are trying to work with them. Access, where parking goes, where landscaping goes, all those things need to be looked at.
So specifically to what Councilor King brought up was the view corridor
Correct.
situation.
That we do, yes, that's a fair conversation to have to kind of figure out what you want to determine for that.
Okay, is that something we can, well, there's not all five of us here. I kind of feel that.
Right.
we
So
should have all five of us
they've
here.
been advised that the process is ask us for interpretation. Somebody will put that in writing, and then they can appeal that. And then obviously they could, if they want to pay for it, not pay for it, and ask for your waiver for that. That's all part of that request that could come before you.
Okay.
And then that is the technical process by what they're supposed to go.
Does it have to be that difficult? I mean, we gave staff recommendation on what we wanted as far as. Why do we have to then go down this more formal process for this?
So what we've gotten from you on directions, the FAR is being drafted into language to be codified, right? So that's going to be adopted with the comp plan, and that'll be then further changed and modified in the land development codes. It's not law yet. So this is the formal way to do the interpretation. I mean, I want to hear you too. I want to hear this conversation. I think we can start implementing things and take it for what it is. And to your point, we can relook to see if they have to do that formal process, but that's the way we've always done the interpretation part of it.
You know, this to me sounds a lot like the cottage thing we just talked about. It's
Sure.
going to be a case by case situation. I'd hate to.
We may need an adjustment to the code too. I mean, there may be something more specific that we need to add to the code, get you guys to adopt something that clarifies that.
So I think, is it sufficient today to say that at least we've got out there that the council is willing to listen to interpretation issues?
Yeah, that's clear.
figure-
A little more on what you think is reasonable and acceptable, I think, so that we can start formulating something. I've heard either or maybe. And I don't know if what the maybe is that dependent on situation? Is it dependent on turtle issues? Some of that conversation would be great.
Well, I mean, if you were to just take it at its face value, what we were told
Mhm.
is nothing else is going to be required except for this one interpretation. That I think it sounds like council could look either way and say, we're not opposed to, it's not ground to sky. It could be this, assuming that there's nothing else that is needed. But you're
Correct.
saying there's potentially other things that could be.
But separate from this issue, there's other site issues that they have to work through.
Okay.
Yes, and so do we apparently with the street. So that aside, because this issue that you're talking about specifically now with the view corridor component really is applicable across the board. So it's not.
So it can't be a case by case.
I don't. It can't. I mean, you can make it that way. I would caution you against that. We like to have things that are defined,
Sure.
So that we know when the site next door comes in how to apply the codes. I don't like us getting into every day making a new interpretation about something.
No, I understand.
It's unfair to
So-
landowners. So.
No, I understand. So this sounds like we need to bring this back for more of an in-depth conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I think that's good input to start with, and then that'll maybe help us get some ideas of what to bring back to you, and maybe get and use this as an example. I always like real world examples. So
Sure.
I just thought it was important that that there's other things.
Well, I'm glad you
that they have
stuck
to deal
around
with.
because I thought you were already gone.
Nope, here
So
for you
you-
until the end.
So you could take this conversation and put it into a possibility or a suggestion?
Yeah, I think we
of
need to
either
take
or and that
your
kind of
input
thing?
and try to kind of what is it? How does this apply? What does it look like if we modify this? Use it as a real world example. If they did this, then that kind of thing.
'Cause I
Those are
think-
easier for you guys to visualize
Right.
when you know
and I
something.
think it's going to be important as we move forward with more building that's happening, that we have to have is some guidelines on this.
Right. And I guess I would tell you, anything's possible. It's within the realm of you making that policy decision. Same conversation with does parking on the ground floor count towards FAR or not, right? Those are policy decisions you can ultimately make. We prefer it to be codified and specific in the language as specific as possible so that we're not making judgment calls.
All right. Anything else, Councilor King?
When do we envision this coming back, then?
I mean, we can work on something now. We've known it's coming up and we knew you guys were going to bring it up. That's what we talked to them not them, but their attorney last week about. And then we'll, I guess, next meeting, try to have either something drafted or something for a conversation and update you at the next meeting, which I heard was the 11th. See, I thought it was the 14th. Okay.
That's what I thought too, evidently.
It's always been Thursdays. I don't know. It's threw me off.
Yeah, I thought the budget meetings were always on Thursday.
Whenever we're like third in the pecking order, so it's.
Yeah, it's everybody else's. Yeah.
Got it.
Threw me off. I'm glad I did stay around for that alone. So,
All right.
yeah, we can get something, whether it's fully drafted or whether it's shell or outline or some
Well,
ideas.
I want to make sure that you get whatever it is worked out with their attorneys before that. So that if this is
Yes.
truly the only kind of hiccup that's holding them up, we can resolve it and allow them to start building.
Correct. The expediency of resolving this issue is important for others too, but yeah, I just wanted to let you know it's not, there's some things they got to work out.
Sure. Bless you.
And we'll help them, whatever they need. So.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Councilor King, anything else?
I want to conclude, I want to thank Professor Collins for being here, but I want to apologize because he didn't really stick to what I had asked to be done, and that was how communities succeed and fail. I know Councilor Veach had some concerns about there being a red herring, and honestly, there was no intent from me for anything other than what he and I had talked about previously, I think in March maybe. So if, he touched on it and some other things. So if it would have been I'm looking forward to talking to him more one-on-one, and I would urge you to do so as well, or at least contact him, because I think he does have a lot of valuable input. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I'm done.
All right. Thank you.
And I'll just say though, John, there is a book, and now that you're with the League of Cities during their class for educated officials, there were some books about how communities succeed and fail, but they were more of a town planning thing, and they were mentioning things like if you're too restrictive and you don't allow any growth at all, it can be bad, and and they go through all that kind of detail, and that's what I was envisioning when I saw the title.
And when he and I had talked, it had been a certain percentage. You need this certain percentage of rooms to be able to, sustain yourself as a town and those kind of things. So that's what I was looking for.
All right, thank you. Just have a couple of quick things on a much lighter note. The upcoming committee appointment deadline is September 8th for any of the town's committees. If you want to be involved, I urge you to go to the town's website and you can go through and get the applications. Very simple. Those will be coming before council for appointments on October 2nd. So if you want to be involved in any of the town's committees, please go and fill out the application, and the deadline is September 8th.
And Jenny, can you put out a release on that too?
Jenny?
Hey, Jenny?
She will.
Yeah. Can you put out a release notifying people about the deadline for committee appointments?
And then the other the other item I had was tomorrow, representatives from Dish Network will be in town for their channel called Circle. They want to do it's called an Operation Appreciation Day, which is actually 2 or 3 days in the town of Fort Myers Beach. They did their first one last year, Bowling Green, after those tornadoes and the flooding and all that happened. And it was a huge success. So we've been working with them over the last couple of months to try to set up a date. Tentatively, that date is October 28th. Essentially, they want to come in and they want to do a day of giving where they give back to whether it be first responders or help build something within the community, donate whatever it is they have to do. And then on Saturday, they would have we'll get all the details tomorrow, but then they would have a big concert for all the money to go to, back to the town in some way or shape or form. We don't know who the guest is that they're shooting for, but that seems to be the date. So tomorrow they'll be in town. I'll be showing them around to some of the places where we could potentially have a large scale concert, in some of the areas that staff has identified as things that could be potential for our staff, us, if we want to be involved, community be involved, along with Dish Network and the operation team to build something back. So if you have any ideas, feel free to send them to Amy, and Amy can send them to me through email or however, so that staff and I can't think of everything, and I know you guys all have great ideas. So anything that you could think of, maybe if you get a chance, go back and watch their episode that they did on Bowling Green, kind of give you an idea of what they do and how they do it. It's pretty interesting. So that's about all I have, unless someone else has something else. Give me a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Motion. I'll second. All those in favor signify by